Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 5:57 over on the East Coast, and it is 2:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news from across the country and across the world. What you're looking at there on your screen right now, that is video coming in out of Houston, Texas, where severe storms have caused extensive damage across the area. I do want to take this full so you can get a view of some of that damage left behind. Coming up in just a matter of minutes, we're going to check in with our Fox 26 Houston team for their live team coverage. But we do know at this point that at least 4 people are now confirmed dead as a result of the storms. Chanley Painter with Fox News following the latest for us.
We're in a recovery mode.
Intense storms slamming communities across southeast Texas Thursday, killing at least 4 people in the Houston area. This as high-speed winds tore apart buildings like this dance club. Piles of heavy bricks slamming to the ground, even crushing this car.
We had a storm with 100 miles per hour winds, the equivalent of Hurricane Ike.
Crews busy clearing fallen trees and other debris as streets and sidewalks sparkle with dangerous shards of shattered glass from blown out skyscraper windows.
Oh, wow. I seen everything just like whispering like a tornado. I've never seen it. I'm a Houstonian. We don't get this kind of weather.
The intense gust decimating power lines and leaving hundreds of thousands in the dark.
It'll take 24 hours for a lot of this power to be restored. Some will require 48 hours.
We're going to be patrolling dark areas of Houston.
The weather system's also bringing more rain to areas already saturated with floodwaters from previous storms, like in Huntsville, Texas. The high waters transforming roads into rivers, and while it's great for the birds,
the water in front of my house is still about knee deep.
As the cleanup across impacted communities presses on, many residents remain in shock and sadness.
We didn't know what to do. We just like that, you know, and look what it's doing to our city.
Houston's mayor says public schools are closed Friday, adding it's critical non-essential workers stay home. I'm Chanley Painter, Fox News.
Chanley, thank you so much. And as I mentioned, I do want to head out live over to our Fox 26 Houston team, where they are in team coverage right here, starting with their meteorologist. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
Which is a mesoconvective system, basically a large bow of very strong winds, very heavy rain, lots of lightning. We didn't have that many reports of hail. It was mostly the high winds. In fact, at this point, 6:35 last night, Doppler radar was indicating this area here, winds coming in about 84 to 86 miles per hour. And keep in mind those skyscrapers downtown, when you're elevated above the surface, the winds are likely even higher. So there might have been 90, even 100 mile per hour wind gusts downtown. Can't rule that out. A possible tornado, yes, just north of the 610 loop, but it was really the high straight line winds coming in behind it that caused just about all the damage we're going to see. At this point, there's no rain this morning, but I want to let you know that Grimes County, Walker County, San Jacinto, Polk, and northern Liberty County, we're urged to stay off the roadways if you can this morning, especially now that it's dark outside and there may not even be any street lights, because street flooding is still a concern. Like I said, it's quiet out there this morning. Our temperatures are in the 60s. I want to show you weather where you live here today. In Baytown, watch for showers possible heading into the afternoon. Galveston Island, a chance for showers and thunderstorms by midday, and then especially heading into the afternoon. And for Jersey Village, I know you guys are pretty hard hit yesterday as well. Showers are possible heading into the early to mid part of the afternoon.
All right, on the roadways here, we don't have any wrecks. I mean, the map is green in all directions. That's not to say that you're not going to come across debris on your drive. Again, John Whitmire, our mayor, is asking if you don't have to leave the house, then please don't. We want to leave the roadways open for them to be cleaned up and cleared for safety's sake. Let's take a live look outside here with our Houston TransStar camera. This is 610, the West Loop at I-10 Katy Freeway. The thing that you'll notice is how dark it is out there, because we have massive power outages here. So if you do have to leave the house, or maybe just in your own neighborhood, you're noticing that there are wires or trees or debris in the roadway, you're going to want to call 311 to report that. We want to leave 911 open for life dangerous or life-threatening emergencies that are happening in the moment. If you want to report the damage, you'll want to reach out to 311. That way they can catalog it, log it, and make sure that they get it cleared out of the way. You want to stay away from anything dangerous and let the professionals handle that. Now, let's take a look at travel up in the air. Okay, so both of the airports are getting back up to speed this morning after more than 100 cancellations yesterday out of both airports. Now, right now, it looks like we have about 12 cancellations at Bush. Hobby is all clear. You're going to want to check before you fly out or have someone coming in.
Nearly 1 million people across Southeast Texas are without power. CenterPoint alone reporting more than 700,000 customers are in the dark. Most of those are inside the Beltway and over off to the northwest part of town. CenterPoint is telling folks to be prepared for extended outages and also asking that you keep the phone lines open for reporting dangerous conditions. Now, several school districts have canceled classes today because of the power outages and the situation with the roads. There are too many to list, but they do include Houston ISD, Cy-Fair, also Spring ISD, Spring Branch, Alief, Aldine, Klein, and select campuses in Katy ISD. For a full list, you can go to fox26houston.com. Also, we have them scrolling for you at the bottom of the screen. Well, this morning we are learning more about the circumstances surrounding how 4 people died in last night's storms. One was killed by cranes that toppled over. This was on Wingate and 75th Street on the east side. 2 cranes collapsed and struck the cab of that cement truck, killing the person inside.
Also, on the east side, a mother of 4 had gone outside to move her car when a tree fell on it, killing her about 6:30 last night on Avenue O. Now, one other person also died by a falling tree as well, and we're digging around to get more details about the 4th death as well.
Well, the fast-moving storms cut a path right through downtown Houston, and this morning, Texas DPS troopers are securing the area to prevent any looting.
I mean, wait till you see this. So Shelby Rose is live near Louisiana and Dallas. This whole area is blocked off, not only for looting, but safety's sake. I mean, all of the glass. I mean, it's all across downtown.
We're standing as Louisiana and Dallas, but this is just give you a pretty clear idea of what the cleanup efforts are going to have to be just to make downtown drivable. Just glass absolutely everywhere just because of how many windows of the skyscrapers that are surrounding us. You can see all the way up there. I mean, it goes so far up where you see so many broken windows. This catwalk, that's also where we're standing under, more than half of those windows blown out, and we can even go over to the CenterPoint Energy building. One thing I also want to show you, it's not just windows. Look at this street light that is hanging on by a thread, quite literally. Signs are bent. It is more or less like a small hurricane went through here. You just see how much that this is going to have to clean up around here. Insulation, huge glass panelings, wood planks, just absolutely everything. Thankfully, Houston police does have this whole area barricaded off. We have seen some drivers still try to drive through this glass. 100% do not recommend doing that. Just keep heeding the warnings from the mayor and officials here just to stay home, especially if you have to drive downtown. Just don't do it unless you're an essential worker. But when all of this went through here, downtown was more or less acting business as usual. It was, in the evening time, businesses were closing up, people were getting dinners, even an Astros game was set to begin. We spoke with some fans who recalled what they saw outside that big wall of glass windows that is above the outfield.
And you could see where the train tracks are for the train inside of the stadium. You couldn't see out those windows. It was just the intensity of the rain was so fierce, and then all of a sudden you started seeing buildings again, so you knew that kind of the worst of it had passed, but it was still like kind of mind-blowing.
And in terms of safety, it's not just the glass that's currently on the ground. We have been dealing with quite strong winds that are blowing through the downtown area. We've been hearing more glass falling from these windows. So just to hit it home again, do not drive downtown. Do not be downtown unless you have to. Reporting live, Shelby Rose, Fox 26 News.
Shelby, the visuals that you're bringing us this morning are just unbelievable. Give us a sense of the mood down there this morning. Are you seeing many people? Is it just
eerie.
sort of eerie?
It is pretty eerie. Thankfully, though, downtown does have power, and so it is pretty well lit out here. We're seeing a few workers that are just kind of like walking around and kind of looking at just the damage around here. But there are some communities that are directly next to downtown that do not have power, such as East Downtown. That area doesn't have power at the moment, but it's just a lot of people just standing and just in awe at what we're all looking at.
All right. Thank you, Shelby, for giving us that. And, you know, if you get any more, you know, that we need to know, just kind of break in and let us know. And I'd love to get a shot next time around of the buildings up top, because we can see all those windows blown out. Yeah. It's incredible to see. Thank you so much to both of you out there.
A lot of people saying that they heeded the warnings and went to like an interior bathroom yesterday, and then moments later went back and checked on their offices. And glass everywhere.
Yes. You know what? So that's not the only area that's dealing with damage this morning. I mean, in some areas, it almost looks like an explosion happened because of the damage. You can't make heads or tails of it.
And Nate Griffin is also live downtown. A lot of people are comparing this to Hurricane Ike back in 2008, Nate.
Well, I totally understand why. As you can see where we are, University of Houston downtown, and this is the entrance ramp at 45 to Dallas. And this is 100 Travis. I can tell you a lot of debris on the street. It's so dark you can't see it, but I can show you a little bit of debris here. I said a little bit, but it's actually a lot of debris here. This is a tree. This tree was obviously cut after it fell down, or this limb, rather, a big limb, I might add, but even more damage because when you look at the club here, the translation is Bad Bunny, but the name of the club is Conejo Majo, and you can see that it's been defaced on one side of it as we walk a little bit closer to it. It's been defaced, and that takes a lot of wind to be able to do that. I did speak with a gentleman downtown here who lives downtown just a few minutes ago, and he said that he was cooking while everything was going on, but he continued cooking, but he did tell me what he heard.
Pretty turbulent. The trees were bending over backwards. All of them. You can see this one fell down. We have windows over there, and they're just going crazy.
So yeah, speaking of going crazy, the wind went crazy on this building here, and of course, Conejo Majo, a long time building here downtown, but it even bent the fence, and you can see the gate there, how bent that gate rail is. Takes a lot of wind to build a steel gate, I can tell you that right now. But yeah, a lot of damage down here, and of course, it's a lot more damage around downtown. This is just one area, guys, but of course, this is where we are right now. We're live downtown. Nate Griffin, Fox 26 Morning News.
But Nate, I do wonder, I mean, I know that is incredible to see. You can't make heads or tails, but when you look around, does it look like all of the other buildings were spared, or you're seeing damage all around that area?
Well, there's a lot of debris on the street, but a lot of buildings were spared. There's not a lot of window damage. I don't see a lot of glass on the street at all. Just this one particular building, kind of like a tornado touchdown, hit this one particular spot and kept going. I don't know if that's what happened, but it took a strong wind to break that entire wall down, just completely deface it on this side. And to bend the railing of a fence, Lena, that takes a lot of wind. That's a strong wind.
Yeah. Well, we'll know later today what the National Weather Service has to say if it was an official tornado. Nate, thank you so much. Appreciate the live report there. Yep. And just a reminder, we will continue to follow the impacts throughout the morning right here on air and at fox26houston.com. In less than 10 minutes, you'll see what it was like inside Minute Maid Park when the storm rolled through. We'll be back in 60 seconds.
All right, that is our Fox 26 Houston team. We're going to be checking in with them all throughout the morning for their live team coverage here. Again, we do know that the storm caused, as you saw there, extensive damage, and at least 4 deaths have been confirmed. Sadly, that number there could increase as there were also some pretty serious injuries. And again, extensive damage all across the Houston area. The time now is 6:11 over on the East Coast and 3:11 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We're going to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more live coverage to get to on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 6:13 over on the East Coast and 3:13 on the West Coast. I do want to get back to some stories that we have been following here, and this is a live look out of the Israel-Gaza border. That is a view from Israel overlooking Gaza. Israel now responding in front of the International Court of Justice as South Africa urges the court to stop a full-scale operation into Rafah. During today's arguments, Israel responded saying there is a, quote, tragic war in Gaza, but, quote, there is no genocide. Israeli attorney Gilad Noam telling the justices in part that Israel has not conducted its wide-scale operation in Rafah because of concerns over civilian casualties. Now, on that note, Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu and countless others have questioned the legitimacy of the death toll in Gaza provided by the Hamas-run health ministry. Netanyahu saying the ratio of terrorists to civilians killed is about 1, adding that Israel is doing what it can to protect civilian lives. Do want to talk all about this and the latest developments there out of the Middle East. So let's bring in Alex Trayman, the CEO and Jerusalem bureau chief of Jewish News Syndicate. Thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to be here with us today.
Josh, thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to talk to you about the arguments that are being made right now in front of the ICJ. We heard yesterday from South Africa their argument about Israel trying to commit genocide, they say, over in Gaza. And of course, Israel responding there saying that is not the case. This is not genocide, but it is a tragic war. So I want to get your thoughts overall on those comments being made before the ICJ.
Well, South Africa is really making a mockery of the claim of genocide. Israel's gone to extraordinary lengths to protect civilian casualties in Gaza, and they're doing so in Rafah as well. In fact, over 450,000 residents that have been holed up in Rafah have already taken Israeli instructions to leave that city as the IDF moves methodically through zones that it has divided specifically and telegraphing exactly where it's going to be attacking in order to make sure that civilians are out of the harm's way.
And another thing that we kind of discussed there's been questions about the death toll in Gaza put out by the Hamas-led health ministry. Netanyahu specifically coming out and saying the ratio of terrorists to civilians killed is 1 to 1. What is your understanding of what Netanyahu is saying there?
Well, last week, the United Nations basically said that they were reducing the number of female and children casualties that they were recording by as much as 40%, which means that the death tolls that Hamas and the Gazan Health Ministry had been reporting civilians were grossly inflated. And with Israel saying that it has taken out over 15,000 terrorists, with the total death toll being around 30,000 now is being reported, that would mean that you have a 1-to-1 ratio of combatant to civilian casualties, which is among the lowest in the history of modern warfare, particularly in a densely populated urban fighting environment.
What do we know about 5 Israeli soldiers that were killed by friendly fire, we're told, this week over in Gaza? That information has been coming in over the last, I would say, couple days.
Yeah, extraordinarily unfortunate incident here in Israel, in the town of Jabalia, which is in the north of the Gaza Strip, an area that the IDF had secured earlier on in the war, but now has to double back as Hamas militants continue to retake areas that are vacated by the IDF. You had paratroopers from the 202nd Brigade inside of a building, a tank outside the building, saw the barrel of a gun coming from outside the window, assumed it to be terrorists, fired 2 shells on the building, and 5 Israelis were killed and 7 injured, several of them serious.
There's been a lot of discussion about a post-war Gaza and who is actually going to be ruling over Gaza. Now, we do know we heard from Hamas several days ago, their leadership saying that they would not accept anything that prevents them from being a part of ruling in Gaza. But I imagine Israel is not going to accept that even in part. They do not want Hamas to be part of ruling Gaza.
Yeah, for the IDF and for Prime Minister Netanyahu, the idea of Hamas taking over the Gaza Strip is a complete non-starter after this war is over. the question mark here is whether or not the Gaza Strip could be handed over to the Palestinian Authority. Prime Minister Netanyahu was adamant last week in saying that he's not going to let Gaza become Hamas-stan. He's not going to let it become Fatah-stan. Fatah is the faction of the Palestinian Authority led by Mahmoud Abbas. He does not want to see the Palestinian Authority take the Gaza Strip over after the war. The United States certainly does, and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant seemingly now taking the position of the United States, even against his own party leader and Prime Minister Netanyahu.
And we did see some kind of back and forth between the two of them. Those comments by Gallant pretty much circulating all over social media everywhere, and there's been some backlash there. What do you make of that backlash?
Well, it's a bit of a mutiny on the point of Gallant to say that over Netanyahu's head. You have people here in Israel saying you cannot determine what is going to be on the day after in the Gaza Strip when you don't know what the situation on the day after is going to look like. First things first is to make sure that Hamas is out. Now, for Netanyahu, what he would like to see is, local Palestinian leadership that is not connected to the Palestinian Authority. What Yoav Gallant is basically suggesting is that there's no way that Israel can remain in power in the Gaza Strip, not only militarily, but certainly not on the civil level as well. But I think there are many in Israel that think that the only way to make sure that that Gaza doesn't become a terror enclave once again in the immediate aftermath of the war is for significant Israeli presence even after Hamas is taken out.
The U.S. House has now passed a measure that would prevent President Biden from preventing weapons from reaching Israel there. It still has to go through the Senate, and there's questions about whether it would pass. But Biden has said, the White House has said, that he would veto that measure if he did make it to his desk. So my question here is, would that create a bigger issue, a bigger divide between the U.S. and Israel if you have the president veto something here that would prevent him from sending weapons over to Israel?
Well, like as you mentioned, the obligation to send weapons to Israel from the United States is based on the Congress. And the Congress is the one that can determine whether those weapons are sent. If the president of the United States would seemingly block those weapons from coming, that would put a further rift between Israel and the current administration, but not between Israel and the United States, where Israel has overwhelming popular support and congressional support for its mission and it to affect this war. I do think that we're seeing the souring of relations between the Biden administration and the Israeli government, and we'll have to. That's what makes this election in 2024 November so important for Israel, because it could have a great effect on what Israel's policies will be in conducting the war, not only in Gaza against Hamas, but also potentially in Lebanon against Hezbollah and even against Iran itself.
My last question for you here. There also seems to be a growing divide between Israel and Egypt, and I know there's been issues in the past there, but that divide that is happening, why does it appear that that is happening, and what effect could it have overall?
Well, as the IDF moves into Rafah, which is the southernmost city in Gaza, the IDF has taken control of the Philadelphia corridor, which is the corridor between Egypt and the Gaza Strip. And the reason why the IDF did that is because there's been significant smuggling, not through tunnels that go from the Gaza Strip into Egypt, and also through the border itself, where it's being reported that bribes are allowing for goods to move through. So Israel wants to make sure that there can be no smuggling inside or out at this phase. There's been public spat between Egypt and Israel here, but Egypt hasn't recalled its ambassador, and there's good reason to believe that Egypt wants to maintain good relations with the state of Israel, and so hopefully the relations will not disintegrate further.
All right, Alex Trayman, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Well, like we mentioned, we're definitely seeing the difference of opinion here between Netanyahu and his government and the United States, and how they want to Israel to carry out this war. We're seeing the defense minister now seemingly siding with the United States on this. A difficult moment for Israel. It could lead to some political chaos here in the Jewish state, and it's really an obligation for Israel to continue methodically and to win the war and to defeat Hamas and make sure that they're no longer possible of being a military or political force in the Gaza Strip.
All right, Alex, thank you again for taking the time, as always, to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody, the time is now 6:23 over on the East Coast, 3:23 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute break, but as you can see, a lot more news to get to on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, taking a live look over the Israel-Gaza border. As you can see, the shot kind of going in and out there. It's a little bit blurry, but that is one of the cameras that we do have in the Middle East. And back to a story we've been tracking very closely here, as Israel is responding now in front of the International Court of Justice, as South Africa does urge the court to stop a full-scale operation into Rafah. During the arguments, Israel responded saying there is a, quote, tragic war in Gaza, but there is no genocide. Now, those comments just wrapping up moments ago, so I do want to bring you some of them here on Live Now from Fox.
Mr. President, Israel received notification of this hearing on Monday, less than 4 days ago, while it was observing a particularly painful National Remembrance Day. This notification came as a great surprise because the court had already invited Israel to submit its observations on South Africa's request in writing by Wednesday of this week. Israel was preparing its written observations when the court suddenly announced that it would hold an oral hearing instead. In seeking to accommodate the court's decision, Israel immediately reached out to its legal team so as to guarantee that it could properly be represented by counsel. That proved impossible, as Israel's lead counsel is shipborn this week, and other counsel were likewise unable to come to The Hague on such short notice. For this reason, Israel wrote to the court in good faith, asking that the hearing be rescheduled to next week. It explained that the dates fixed by the court significantly impacted Israel's ability to be sufficiently well represented and the fundamental principle of equality of arms. Israel's request was rejected. The date of this hearing remained that which South Africa had expressly requested. The regrettable result is that Israel is not represented today by its chosen team of counsel and advocates. The equality of the parties and the administration of justice have been severely undermined. Out of respect for this court, the same respect that Israel has shown through all these past several months, Israel's co-agents have nonetheless traveled to appear at this hearing. South Africa's complaint yesterday that Israel has failed to respond to its current request is therefore wholly unfounded. Israel expects that the court will appreciate the predicament that Israel has been placed in. This is all the more so given that South Africa yesterday quite radically changed the terms of its requested provisional measures, which Israel has been given less than 24 hours to respond to. Mr. President, members of the court, bearing all that in mind, allow me to recall 4 basic facts that South Africa continues to conceal. It is highly regrettable, to say the least, that these basic facts must once again be stated in this great hall. First, Israel is engaged in a war it did not want and did not start. It is under attack and fighting to defend itself and its citizens. Since the horrific onslaught that began on 7 October 2023, which saw thousands of Israeli citizens brutally slaughtered, mutilated, raped, and injured, and 254 women, men, and children taken hostage into Gaza, Hamas and other terrorist organizations in Gaza continue to attack Israel, including by indiscriminate rocket fire into Israeli cities and towns. They have vowed to try and repeat the atrocities of 7 October many times over. Since the beginning of the hostilities, more than 10,000 rockets have been fired from the Gaza Strip towards Israel, with the aim of killing as many Israelis as possible. The last 2 weeks alone saw 278 rockets launched. Damage of an unprecedented scale has been caused to Israeli civilian homes and infrastructure, with entire communities destroyed. Approximately 60,000 residents of towns in southern Israel remain displaced from their homes 7 months on. It may be years before they are able to return to their homes and rebuild their communities. Sirens continue to go off across the country as rockets, missiles, and drones are launched against Israel from several fronts. Rafah, in particular, is a focal point for ongoing terrorist activity. It is a stronghold for Hamas's operatives, with several battalions belonging to the Rafah brigades entrenched in the area. Also present in Rafah is an intricate underground tunnel infrastructure that runs underneath the city and provides ample space for operatives, command and control rooms, and military equipment. Nearly 700 tunnel shafts have been identified in Rafah, from which approximately 50 tunnels cross into Egypt. These tunnels are used by Hamas to supply itself with weapons and ammunition. It could potentially be used to smuggle out of Gaza hostages or Hamas senior operatives. Since the start of the present hostilities, more than 1,400 rockets were fired from Rafah alone, including more than 120 in the last 2 weeks. Approximately 600 launch sites were identified in the Rafah area, many of which hidden within or in close proximity to civilian infrastructure. Information regarding rocket launches from Rafah during the current conflict can be found in tab 1 of your judges folder. Israeli hostages are also being held in Rafah by their captors. In fact, Israeli forces managed to rescue 2 Israeli hostages from Rafah on 11 February 2024. I recall that South Africa filed a request with this court the next day for provisional measures that would prevent Israel from taking military action in Rafah, and this request was rightfully denied. South Africa purports to describe Rafah as a last refuge for civilians in Gaza. While many civilians have indeed evacuated to Rafah over the past few months, the fact remains that the city of Rafah also serves as a military stronghold for Hamas, which continues to pose a significant threat to the state of Israel and its citizens. In tab 2 of your folders, you can find a map showing locations of rocket sites, tunnel shafts, and command and control sites embedded in the civilian population in Rafah. South Africa warns this court that, I quote, "If Rafah falls, so too does Gaza." Once again, however, the reality is exactly the opposite. Only by bringing down Hamas's military stronghold in Rafah will Palestinians be liberated from the clenched grip of a murderous terrorist regime, and the road to peace and prosperity may finally be paved. The reality is that any state put in Israel's difficult position would do the same. The right of defense against the brutality of the Hamas terrorist organization cannot be in doubt. It is an inherent right afforded to Israel, as it is to any state. Israel is committed, as it must be, to realizing this right in accordance with the law, which is why it has worked diligently to enable the protection of civilians, even as Hamas seeks deliberately to endanger them. To deny Israel this basic right would be to suggest, shockingly, that the most fundamental right afforded to all states should be withheld from one. This is an unthinkable outcome that would tell Israeli citizens and the hostages that they are not deserving of protection, of life itself, and tells the Israeli state that it will be treated unequally in a manner that is at odds with the most basic of legal principles. Israel is acutely aware of the large number of civilians that are concentrated in Rafah. It is also acutely aware of Hamas's efforts to use these civilians as a shield. That is why its battalions are present there. That is why its rockets are there. That is why hostages are there. We do not wish harm to these civilians, as Hamas does. That is precisely why Israel is taking steps to try and contend with the massive complexity that such a situation presents. That is why there has not been a large-scale assault on Rafah, but rather specific, limited and localized operations prefaced with evacuation efforts and support for humanitarian activities. Does Israel face complex operational challenges in Gaza? Certainly. But can we imagine a situation where a state does not take military action to protect its civilians when they are under fire? And can we imagine a court of law, telling a state that the law prevents it from defending itself from attack? This is simply untenable. When I last stood at this podium in January, Israeli hostages had been in captivity for almost 100 days. At the time, this seemed inconceivable. Yet the hostages have now been in captivity for over 7 months. More than 130 children, women and men, including the sick and elderly, have now been held in Gaza for 224 days, incommunicado and in inhumane conditions. Among them is 23-year-old Hirsch Goldberg Polin. Hirsch was abducted from the Nova Music Festival in Re'im, severely injured. On 25th April 2024, Hamas released a video of Hirsch. In it, he is seen with an amputated arm, which was blown off by Hamas terrorists. He is alive. He needs medical treatment. At least 36 of those who were taken hostage on October 7 have been confirmed dead, and their bodies are still held in the Gaza Strip. Among them are Yossi Sharabi, a 53-year-old father of 3, and Itai Svirsky, who is 38-year-old. Both of them were kidnapped from their homes in Be'eri. On 14 January 2024, in a display of pure and unadulterated cruelty, Hamas made public a video of the two and of a third hostage, 26-year-old Noah Argamani, who was also kidnapped from the music festival, promising to announce on the following day which of the 3 are alive. Shortly thereafter, it was confirmed that Yossi and Itai had both been killed after 102 days in brutal captivity. Additional information regarding hostages still held by Hamas can be found at tab 3 of your judges folder. It remains unclear how many more innocent victims have been killed at the hands of Hamas. Simply put, this situation is unconscionable. It is unbearable for the parents who watch videos of their young daughters bruised and bleeding paraded before cheering crowds in Gaza, and who have heard harrowing accounts told by survivors released from Gaza of the torture and sexual violence they suffered at the hand of their captors. And it is intolerable for a nation obligated to defend its citizens and wishing for their return. This court has called for the immediate release of the hostages, but to no avail. It is Israel's right and obligation to defend them and all its citizens from the evil that was unleashed on them on 7th October and since then. Any state would do the same. Mr. President, members of the court, I next turn to the second fact that must be kept in mind. Hamas, with whom Israel is engaging in this armed conflict, is not a party to these proceedings. Israel is engaged in an intense armed conflict with a ruthless jihadist terrorist organization, one that is not only targeting Israeli civilians, but is also using Palestinian civilians to shield itself, in utter disregard for their lives or for the law. By exploiting the Genocide Convention, South Africa is suggesting a convoluted reading of international law, under which any armed conflict could be brought before the court. It seeks, once again, to obtain provisional measures that would bind only Israel and not its adversary. The absurd result would be that Israel would be denied its inherent right to defend itself. Hamas, for its part, would remain free to continue committing its horrific crimes. The purpose of the Genocide Convention is not to have the court supervise the conduct of armed hostilities by parties to the conflict, by the assertion of the genocide. Rather, the Convention, and subsequently this court's jurisdiction, is limited to the grave crime of genocide. I am compelled to restate once again that there is a tragic war going on, but there is no genocide. Yet, particularly at the provisional measure stage, when the evidentiary threshold is such that the applicant is not required to provide proof of its allegations or the existence of specific intent to commit genocide, there is a danger that the court will find itself engaged in the micromanagement of operational aspects of an armed conflict. This is what South Africa has been asking the court to do. Judge Adok Barak warned precisely of this danger when the court handed out its decision on South Africa's third request for provisional measures. He observed that, I quote, "The court has accepted South Africa's invitation to become the micromanager of an armed conflict and used the Genocide Convention as an excuse to rule on the basis of international humanitarian law. Managing an armed conflict under the Genocide Convention is a dangerous endeavor, especially when one of the belligerents is not a party to the Convention. This remains true when considering South Africa's fourth request." Mr. President, members of the court, this brings me to third basic fact that must not be ignored. South Africa purports to come before you, yet again, as a guardian of humanity. In fact, it has a clear ulterior motive when it asks you to order Israel to stay away from Rafah and to withdraw all its troops from Gaza. It does so in order to obtain military advantage for its ally, Hamas, which it does not wish to see defeated. It is this reason that South Africa continues to abuse the Genocide Convention, this court, and the procedure of provisional measures. Just 6 days ago, on 11 May 2024, only a day after it submitted the present request for additional provisional measures, South Africa hosted a Hamas delegation in Johannesburg. South Africa's foreign minister herself met with Hamas representatives. They did not use the meeting to urge Hamas to release the hostages, to stop targeting Israeli civilians, to cease using human shields, to cease operating from within and nearby hospitals, UN facilities, and other protected sites. They apparently met to discuss their continued campaign against Israel in the court and on the ground. Mr. President, members of the court, South Africa is not interested in the truth, nor is it interested in law or justice. Once again, it is exploiting the court and its authority to issue provisional measures. It is in no rush to reach the merits of this case when it will have to substantiate its baseless claims with evidence that simply does not exist. Israel, for its part, has shown nothing but respect for the judicial process and for the law more generally. As the court will recall, on 28 April 2024, Israel provided the court with a lengthy report detailing inter alia the numerous steps that Israel had actively and effectively taken to address the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip.
All right, what you're listening to right there is some of the arguments made by Israel there over in the Netherlands at The Hague. So what I do want to go over is just some of the basics here. Israel responding in front of the International Court of Justice as South Africa urges the court to stop that full-scale operation into Rafah. Now, during those arguments, Israel, as you heard, responded, saying There is a, quote, tragic war in Gaza, but, quote, there is no genocide. Israeli attorney Gilad Noam telling the justices in part that Israel has not conducted its wide-scale operation in Rafah because the IDF is taking those extra precautions to keep civilians there safe. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 6:48 on the East Coast and 3:48 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. 6:50 on the East Coast and 3:50 on the West Coast. Want to get back into your headlines now. And an American lawmaker urging people traveling to Turks and Caicos to check their luggage. That's after a Florida woman was arrested for having ammunition in her bag. Now, she is the latest of 5 Americans trapped in Turks and Caicos working their way through the legal system there. Want to bring in Marley Capper with our Fox 35 Orlando team, joining us live now with the latest details. Marley, good morning.
Josh, good morning to you. And you mentioned 5 other Americans. This is a trend that we've been seeing. These people are going to Turks and Caicos. They're not necessarily checking their bags. And then on the way home, when they're going through the security in Turks and Caicos, they're getting flagged by security. And all 5 of them, officials there have claimed that they have ammunition in their bags. And so most of them have said, we didn't even know this was in there. A few of the guys, I had watched Fox News, and they had mentioned on Fox that they're hunters. And so they didn't even notice or realize that there was this ammunition in their bags. Now, as far as this Florida woman, 45-year-old Sharita Greer, I'm not sure what her case was, but she went to Turks and Caicos, and then on the way home this past Sunday was flagged by security, and officials there say that she had ammunition in her bag. So this is the constant theme that we're saying. We have some video for you. There's 5 people so far. So Ryan Watson of Oklahoma, Brian Haggard of Pennsylvania, Tyler Wenrich of Virginia, and Michael Evans from Texas, all arrested for the same reason. Now governors from 3 states are all banding together, fighting for the American safe return as they face a minimum sentence of 12 years in prison. Fox 35 here in Orlando spoke to a legal expert about the latest arrest and what could be done to bring these Americans home. She says these detainees will have to make a case to the Turks and Caicos government that they were arrested under exceptional circumstances.
exceptional circumstances is a finding the sentencing court has to make in order to not sentence them to the 12 years. The problem is, in order to get to the place where we're talking about exceptional circumstances, it appears you either have to go to trial and be found guilty or enter a plea.
Senator Rick Scott here in Florida making this post on X Thursday, saying in part, I just spoke with the State Department about the Americans, including a Floridian held in Turks and Caicos. These Americans must be returned home immediately, and the State Department's website updated with a warning about these arrests. So we have reached out to Governor DeSantis to see if he's going to do anything about this Floridian or join these other governors that are trying to help these Americans stuck in Turks and Caicos, but we have not heard back yet. In the meantime, Greer, this Floridian, is going to have to wait till July 5th, a day after our Independence Day, to go see a court and a judge over in Turks and Caicos. So this is definitely a trend that we've been seeing. So make sure that if you are traveling to these countries, check your bags. Make sure that you know what the laws are in the countries that you're going to make sure that you wouldn't have anything that could get you flagged and potentially landed in jail in another country. Josh?
Yeah, you definitely don't want to get stuck there. Marley Capper there with our Fox 35 Orlando team. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you.
Time now 6:54 on the East Coast, 3:54 on the West Coast. We're going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 6:56 over on the East Coast and is 3:56 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, breaking news, and live events from across the country and across the world. We've been checking in with our Fox 26 Houston team throughout the morning to get the latest information after severe weather moved through that area, and now at least 4 deaths have been confirmed. Extensive damage, as you're seeing in that video there on your screen. You can see some of the power lines just kind of ripped down and thrown to the ground. Our Fox 26 Houston team will be going into their live team coverage in just a matter of minutes, so we'll check in with them. But I do want to go over just some of the basics here, as Houston Mayor John Whitmire confirming to Fox 26 that Thursday's severe weather turned fatal there in Bayou City. Whitmire said the 4 people lost their lives as a result of Thursday's weather. Now, during a news conference late last night, officials confirmed that 2 of the people killed were due to fallen trees and another was due to a crane accident that happening over on the East End. City and county officials urging drivers to stay off the roads into today, so emergency crews to get to all the different areas that they need to arrive at. Again, right there on your screen, just some of the damage as bricks were torn off of buildings and thrown down to the ground. Whitmire urging all non-essential employees to stay home and work from home Friday, as Houston ISD did cancel classes. Several other districts in that area canceling their classes as well. Whitmire said the city currently getting assistance from the state of Texas, saying that it's all hands on deck. Whitmire telling Fox 26 in an interview that there were people at Minute Maid Park for the Astros game and at the Toyota Center, and they were being asked to turn around, do not go through downtown due to debris in the area and traffic lights being out. Harris County Judge Linda Hidalgo also releasing a statement saying, quote, I know that many people live through and are still living through scary situations with the terrible strong winds that blew across our county. What we know so far is that at least 4 people are reported dead. There are widespread power outages and infrastructure damage to the power grid, as well as significant property damage. Our Fox 26 team all over this, so let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
Reporting here on the power outages, the school closures, the road impacts on the storms from Thursday that are now being blamed for 4 deaths. Hey, thank you for letting us be the ones to get you informed this morning. So glad that you're safe. I'm Lena DeFlorius.
And I'm Sally McDonald. Hope everyone is doing all right out there. We have a packed hour for you,
including this. Let's take a live look outside at why we are seeing power outages for more than 750,000 people. This is a transformer tower, one of the transmission line towers near 290 and Mangum in Northwest Houston. This is only one area, though, where we've seen a situation like this. This is why people are without power this morning and could be without it, as you heard the mayor say, for several more hours, possibly days. Now, last check at Centerpoint, 750,000 people here in the Houston area waking up in the dark this morning. That's an improvement because last night when we were going to bed, it was more than 1 million people in our area without power.
Now, a path of giant electrical towers toppled over in the Jersey Village area near 290 and the Beltway. You should assume any downed lines are energized and dangerous. Centerpoint says stay at least 35 feet away. Don't try to remove tree limbs from power lines. And you want to report any potentially dangerous conditions by calling 713-207-2222. If you see any other downed trees or debris blocking the roads, let the city know by calling 311. All right, so will the weekend look better for cleanup and recovery? I mean, this is a look at the rain and the wind that moved through Humble yesterday evening. Thanks to our viewer, Keela, for sending this in.
Yep, so this is just one, of the situations that we saw all around town. You know, if it's safe for you to do so, we'd love to see what you're seeing in your neck of the woods. Now, what about the day? Mike is looking at not only what happened last night, but also the forecast, because there is a chance for more rain. Nothing like what we saw yesterday, but it just impedes the cleanup when we have more weather.
Certainly, and also something to think about this weekend. If power isn't restored, we're looking for highs up to around 92, maybe 93. No electricity. I mean, that's going to be tough for a lot of people to deal with as well. All of this, of course, in the wake of what was a destructive straight line wind event with a possible tornado north of all of this. But by straight line winds, we mean this was like a squall. All the winds were moving in the same direction and could have been as high as 95 to more than 100 miles per hour. Now, these weren't measured on the ground. This is Doppler radar measuring how fast the rain droplets were moving a little bit above the ground, maybe 1,000 feet or 2 above the ground. But this was probably pretty close to what we had at the surface, too, especially with the skyscraper. So 95, 100 miles an hour, definitely something that likely moved through, or at least was in the ballpark of what hit Houston yesterday. In addition, I know this didn't get as much attention, but it was a big deal, too. Areas up toward the north have gotten their years full of rain already now through mid-May, and we do still have some flood advisories for you around Huntsville and Livingston, where you picked up 4 to 5 inches of rain yesterday. Now, we have some thunderstorms, not quite severe. They're forming here to the south of San Antonio, moving across I-37, and that's going to make its way closer and closer to us coming up here over the next several hours. So right now, everything's quiet. Jersey Village forecast today, showers possible by the afternoon. Same for Cloverleaf, showers, a few thunderstorms possible midday through the afternoon.
All right, thank you, Mike. Let's go ahead and take a look at the roadways this morning. Now, the message from Houston Mayor John Whitmire this morning is stay off the roadways unless you are an essential worker and need to report to work. We want to keep the roads clear for emergency crews so that they can respond to downed trees, downed power lines. There are hazards everywhere out there this morning, and we're not going to get a clear picture of exactly the extent of the damage until daylight. Let's give you a live look now, courtesy of Houston TransStar. We have no accidents to report out there. That's certainly good news. With so many of our school districts closed today, you would expect that traffic would be lighter, and it typically is on a Friday anyway. This is 610, the West Loop at I-10 near the Heights area, which really got hit hard. So you're going to see a lot of power outages, a lot of traffic lights out. Remember to treat those as four-way stops.
Houston Mayor John Whitmire was giving us an update last night where he confirmed at least 4 deaths are being blamed on the storm. And now we know a few more details about the 4 deaths. One person was killed by cranes that fell over on Wingate and 75th Street. This is on the east side. We know that 2 cranes collapsed and they hit the cab of a cement truck, and that killed the person who was inside.
And also on the east side, a mother of 4 who had gone outside to move her car was killed when a tree fell on it. This happened about 6:30 last night on Avenue O. One other person also died when a tree fell, and we are still waiting to learn the circumstances surrounding that 4th person's death.
You're taking a look at video from West Wakekiss posted on X last night. This was as the storm was moving through downtown. This is the vantage point inside Wells Fargo Plaza. And if you see outside, there are people running for cover, and there's no question as to why.
Look at all the debris flying outside, workers huddling in the interior to escape the glass that was being blown out there. Shelby Rose is live now from downtown with a look at the damage that we are seeing everywhere. I mean, it's just unbelievable to see the amount of glass that's in the roadway this morning, Shelby.
I mean, yes, incredible is exactly right. In this intersection where we're at is Dallas in Louisiana, and there are multiple all throughout downtown that look exactly like this just because of how many skyscrapers are downtown and just how many windows were blown out. I'm going to step out just so you can just look at how many windows we're looking at that are blown out. We can go all the way up. I mean, you can just see all of the holes there. The downtown does have power, so it kind of does give you a better idea of just what we're looking at. I can't even give you a rough estimate of how many windows, especially just in this intersection alone, have been blown out because of those winds. And I mean, we're seeing insulation on the ground. We're seeing wood on the ground. We're seeing our street lights barely hanging on by a thread. It is definitely a situation that is going to take a long time to clean up. This intersection that we're at, as well as the block surrounding it, is barricaded off by Houston police, although we have seen some drivers skirting around that barricade and driving through that glass. That is something we do not recommend. Heed the warnings, especially if the drive downtown. We're seeing traffic pick up a little bit more as the morning goes on. But whenever this all hit yesterday evening, downtown was acting more or less business as usual. There were different businesses that were still operating. We had people out here eating dinner. Even an Astros game was just about to begin right as this blew through the area. We spoke with one fan who was inside at the time looking at the wall of glass above the outfield, and she described what she saw.
And you could see where the train tracks are for the train inside of the stadium. You couldn't see out those windows. It was just the intensity of the rain was so fierce, and then all of a sudden you started seeing buildings again, so you knew that kind of the worst of it had passed, but it was still like kind of mind-blowing.
And again, just because of how much damage is riddling the streets of downtown Houston, and we have no idea of any timeline of when it will all be cleaned up, just stay out of the area unless you're an essential worker. If you don't have to be out, just don't. Reporting live in downtown Houston, Shelby Rose, Fox 26 News.
Okay, look at some more of the damage in the downtown area here. So we have a restaurant, Russo's, that has been just completely blown out with the windows there. You're seeing some of the towers downtown. Also, their windows just shattered here. Mike was telling us that the wind speeds, I mean, depending on where you were at certain times, close to 100 miles an hour. That would be the equivalent of a Category 2 hurricane force wind.
Nate Griffin is live in downtown as well. Nate, tell us the intersection you're at and what you're seeing.
Well, to be honest with you, we're about a touchdown pass, C.J. Stroud touchdown pass from the University of Houston downtown, if you will. And the name of this place is a bar. It's called the Conejo Malo. And you can see the damage that was actually done to it. Defaced completely on this side, which is the back side. I believe this would be the south side as you get ready to go north side as you head to Dallas. So that tells you how tough this wind actually came down and took those bricks out. So much power. And Mike talked about the wind speed, maybe 81 or so to 100 miles per hour. And you also got a car that ended up with bricks on top of it. And those bricks, you take a look through here, those bricks certainly impounded the car. So when that person wakes up, the owner of that car wakes up, they come out and they see their car, if they don't already know, they're going to be seeing a car that they can no longer drive. We spoke with a guy who actually was in the storm last night, not close to here, but I don't think he even knew the storm was taking place. All right, very good. All right, well, we'll get to him in the next hour. But you can see, again, the damage here that took place. And, of course, we'll tell you a little bit more about that a little bit later in the hours, guys. We are in downtown Houston. Nate Griffin, Fox 26 Morning News.
Okay, thank you, Nate. Now, Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo, she was in Washington last night when the storms hit en route now back to Houston. She says that she knows many people lived through some scary situations with those strong winds and that the damage assessments are ongoing. We'll get a clearer picture, of course, when daylight comes.
Okay, so if you do see debris in the roadway, don't forget that you want to call that into 311, not 911. 911 is for life-threatening emergencies, so 311 is how you want to report that. Because we have power outages to about 750,000 people, if you do leave the house, you might run into some power or some intersections where the light is out. So what you want to do is treat that as a stop sign. So you'll have one car in the east-west lanes that get to go across, then the left turn lanes, one car gets to go. Then you'll switch where north-south, one car per lane gets to go through, then one car in the left-hand turn lane gets to make their left, and then you alternate, and that's how you treat that as a stop sign in a four-way stop, Sally.
Oh, well, as we mentioned, have a lot less traffic on the roadways this morning because of all the school districts that are out. All of Houston ISD is canceled today, along with Channelview, Cleveland, Cy-Fair, Tomball, Klein, Aldine, and Alief, as well as certain Katy ISD campuses. Sam Houston State is delaying opening until 10 o'clock this morning, as well as is Goodrich. We have a full list scrolling on the bottom of your screen, and you can check in anytime at fox26houston.com. Katy ISD also rescheduling graduation for students of Peyto High School. The ceremony is now scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9 at Legacy Stadium.
Weather is our top story, of course, but we do have other headlines for you because
all right, so you are watching our Fox 26 Houston team. We have been checking in with them throughout the morning to get the latest on those deadly storms that move through the Houston area. Again, we do know at least 4 people are now confirmed dead. Obviously, extensive damage there. We'll be checking in with our Fox 26 Houston team all throughout the morning right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour now at 7:11 on the East Coast and 4:11 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events and, of course, breaking news here for the next several hours. So let's head to that break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get into some of our international news now. As for the past week, Ukraine has been fighting off Russian troops that are moving into its second largest city of Kharkiv, but NATO has assured the ally that help is on the way. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen with the latest.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky made a trip to the front lines in Kharkiv, trying to boost morale for troops fighting off the Russian advance. There have been reports about Russian drones hitting the city Thursday. Zelensky says Ukrainian troops have been launching counterattacks since the advance started last week. During his visit, he handed out awards to injured soldiers and thanked the units still in the fight.
You didn't let the enemy break through. You are strong warriors, as well as other Kharkiv warriors who fight in other brigades defending their homes and all of Ukraine.
The visit comes as Russian state media reports retreating Ukrainian forces shelled a Russian town across the border from Kharkiv. NATO officials don't think Russian troops are capable of advancing much further than the border areas. The alliance is promising help is on the way in the form of ammunition, missile defense systems, and armored vehicles.
The Russians don't have the numbers necessary to do a strategic breakthrough. We don't believe, more to the point, they don't have the skill and the capability to do it.
The New York Times also reporting NATO wants to send forces to Ukraine to train more troops, something that has the potential to pull the alliance into the fighting. The U.S. has maintained it will not send troops there. The U.S. State Department also approved the sale of hundreds of millions of dollars worth of military equipment to Ukraine. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much for that report. Taking a live look over at the Israel-Gaza border here at this hour as we do get to the latest on the situation there between Israel and Hamas, now more than 7 months into the war. Trey Yingst with the latest report on the ground.
After weeks of construction, the American floating pier off the coast of Gaza is complete, while aid trucks are expected to pick up new deliveries of supplies in the coming days. The project is drawing backlash from some Palestinian civilians.
I strongly object to these ships and the American ships.
Despite allowing more aid to enter Gaza, Israel has expanded strikes against the Strip in recent days, going after Hamas on the ground across the Palestinian territory. At a hospital in central Gaza, injured patients wait, some for treatment, others to leave the enclave.
We hope that you'll be able to open the Rafah border crossing for humanitarian cases so that they can receive treatment and be provided with medication.
This Palestinian mother pleads to Israel as she tends to her injured son, Mohammed. Israeli forces have pushed deeper into Gaza's third largest city of Rafah in recent days, the move cutting the only exit for Palestinians from Gaza and forcing hundreds of thousands to evacuate further north. Newly released satellite images illustrate the movement of civilians, showing recently cleared tents and encampments. The Israeli military says the evacuations are necessary as intense battles against Hamas in the south of Gaza rage on. The militant group is continuing to launch new ambushes against IDF troops using their network of tunnels.
Several tunnels have been destroyed by our troops, and additional tunnels will be destroyed soon. This activity will intensify.
Currently, there are key disagreements in the Israeli war cabinet about the next steps for the war in Gaza. Amid those discussions, there are determinations being made as to what should be done about the ongoing threat from the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. In Tel Aviv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you so much for that report, and do want to get to the latest here on the war itself as we continue to follow all of the latest developments. We brought you some of the comments this morning, but Israel is responding now in front of the International Court of Justice as South Africa urges the court to stop that full-scale operation into Rafah. During today's arguments, Israel responded saying there is a, quote, tragic war in Gaza, but there is no genocide. Israeli attorney Gilad Noam telling the justices in part that Israel has not conducting its wide-scale operation in Rafah because the IDF is taking extra precautions to keep civilians safe. The time now 7:18 on the East Coast, 4:18 on the West Coast. We're going to talk more about the Israel-Hamas war coming up in just about 2 minutes here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 7:21 over on the East Coast and 4:21 on the West Coast. Back to this live image showing the Israel-Gaza border as we do get to the latest on the war here. Israel now saying that 2 additional hostages have been confirmed dead. The Hostages and Missing Families Forum saying 2 Thai nationals held captive in Gaza were murdered and their bodies are being held by Hamas in Gaza right now. I do want to bring in a guest to talk a little bit more about all of this as well as the latest breaking developments out of the Middle East. Let's bring in John Strawson, an emeritus professor in the Department of Law, Justice and Policing at the University of East London. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us here.
Good morning, Josh.
All right, so first off, my question here, as we now know that 2 additional hostages, both Thai natives, have been confirmed dead by Israel. We know that we've seen over the past several months, I would say, more and more of the hostages confirmed dead. Is this leading to more concern, I guess, for those remaining hostages and their health, their conditions?
Well, we're on 224 days of being held hostage in appalling conditions. We know that people are being kept with little food, often with not proper medical attention. They're in dark conditions often. We know that the women hostages have been sexually abused. And the longer this process goes on, unfortunately, the more terrible news we're going to hear of the deaths of the hostages. We know 132 still are there with these Thai deaths and also the death of reported death of the British-Israeli hostage, Nadav Popperwell, this week. That sort of brings the death toll, I think, to 141, which of course is something of great concern because the whole hostage families forum has been really pushing to get a deal much earlier to try to save the lives of the hostages. And the longer this goes on, you're quite right, the less live hostages will be returned to Israel.
Is there any possibility of a ceasefire hostage release deal anytime now or anytime soon? Because it does seem as though hope is kind of fading for folks out there. As we know, in Cairo, talks kind of fell apart there. So is there even a chance of a deal anytime soon?
The talks are still continuing, and that's what is quite amazing given that the activity around Rafah has taken place, and also the upscale of fighting in Jabalia, an area of Gaza City in the north, where this morning reports are that the IDF and Hamas have been engaged in quite a big battle. I think 60 Hamas fighters have been killed. And it's very strange that despite all this fighting, the talks, the ceasefire talks are continuing. So you ask, is it anytime soon? I think there will be a ceasefire, but I think it's now absolutely impossible to predict the time. I think that both Israel and Hamas are trying to jockey for their best position, military position, before any ceasefire, and that to some extent explains what's taking place.
We heard from Palestinian Authority President Abbas. He told an Arab League summit meeting in Bahrain that the October 7th attack, quote, gave Israel even more excuses and reasons to attack in the Gaza Strip. What do you, based on your expertise, make of those comments?
Well, it's very interesting that Abbas says that because, of course, he's the chair of the PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization. And before Hamas was created, its predecessor, the Islamic movement in Israel, in Palestine rather, was very critical of the PLO for precisely carrying out what they regarded terrorist attacks, which then brought terrible consequences on Palestinian civilians. So it's quite ironic to see Abbas making these statements in relationship to Hamas. However, what I would say is that the Arab League summit did actually conclude with a very sensible proposal, which was for the replacement of Israeli forces by an international force in Gaza and eventually also an international force in the West Bank. And I think that is the kind of vision of trying to bring this to a conclusion that will create a sustainable ceasefire and what the documents in Cairo talk about a sustainable calm. So I think that in my view, the fact that Abbas went along with that statement, that's quite important, I think.
We know that South Africa is asking the ICJ pretty much right now as we speak to stop any sort of full-scale operation by Israel over in Rafah. If the ICJ were to, let's say, try to intervene here, does it really matter to Netanyahu and other Israeli officials there, or does everything kind of still continue as planned?
Well, first of all, it might be that the International Court of Justice in a week or so could give a provisional measure which would, for instance, call for either the cessation of all hostilities or the cessation of the hostilities around Rafah. However, bear in mind that the International Court of Justice in March 2022 issued an interim and provisional measure calling on Vladimir Putin to stop the war against Ukraine. This has had absolutely no effect against the Russians, and I suspect it would have very little effect as far as the Israelis are concerned. Although I do think the Israelis are much more conscious about the importance of abiding by international law than the Russians. So I think it might have some influence, but I think that we have to say that the court, like all courts, only have power if there's a police force outside to enforce it, and the International Court of Justice simply doesn't have that.
Let's talk about some of the back and forth tension that's taking place between Netanyahu and Gallant. We did see some comments that were made earlier this week by Gallant that have received some backlash there. What does all of that kind of say to you as you have two leaders there, two big names who are kind of not in agreement about a post-war Gaza?
The question is that the Israeli government led by Netanyahu, has refused to really spell out anything in relationship to, I think we've lost Gaza in the post. The main problem is that the Israeli government has refused to make a plan for the post-Gaza dispensation. And that, I think, is very, very dangerous. And what Gallant has said is that we need to have a solution in Gaza, a day after in Gaza, where you don't have an Israeli occupation, because the Israeli occupation will be unsustainable, and it will be forced, as a consequence, to be constantly fighting against Hamas, and therefore it will lead to lots of loss of life and lack of security. And so what Gantz has said is there needs to be no military occupation of Gaza, no military government of Gaza, and the Israelis need to have a plan to withdraw from the Gaza Strip. Netanyahu thinks that the key question is crushing Hamas, and therefore says we can't begin to think about the day after until, in fact, we've crushed Hamas. But the problem with that, and he very frequently refers to the Second World War, forgetting that when the Allied forces crushed the Nazis in Berlin, they actually did so having already set up the United Nations in April 1945. In other words, the Allies had a plan for the day after, which was a new world order. Netanyahu has no plan, and basically that's what Gantz, Benny Gantz of the National Union, and Gallant, the Minister of Defense, have been arguing in the War Cabinet almost from the beginning of this war, which is you have to spell out how you're going to end the war, how you're going to get out of the war, and that precisely is what Netanyahu simply is refusing to do.
All right, John Strawson, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and help break down some of the latest headlines. As always, we really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure.
All right, everybody, the time now 7:30 over on the East Coast and 4:30 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:32 on the East Coast and 4:32 on the West Coast. I do want to get back into the headlines here, and several Americans are among the dozens of hostages that are still held captive by Hamas and other terror groups since the October 7th attack more than 7 months ago. Omer Nutra, a Long Island native, was serving in the Israeli military when Hamas stormed into southern Israel, kidnapping him and more than 200 others. Omer's parents, Ronan and Orna Nutra, are left waiting for word on their son. They join us now live to talk more about who their son is and the situation there that they are dealing with. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us and to share your story, your son's story, and your family's story.
Thank you, Josh. Good morning.
Well, first off, can you start by explaining more about your son, Omer, and what happened to him on October 7th?
So Omer was born on Long Island in Plainview, where we've been living for the past 23 years. He's, to a great extent, an all-American kid. He loves sports. We keep saying how thrilled he would be with the Knicks these days. He's been tracking them his whole life, waiting for a season like this. He turned 22 on October 14th. He was captive. At the time, a week after he was taken captive, and grew up on Long Island in the Jewish community, strong ties to the community, and also a very big family in Israel. His grandparents on both sides, Holocaust survivors, escaped from Europe to Israel and were, the founders of the state. So he grew up with this duality, strong connection to the U.S., strong connection to Israel. And the kind of guy that he is, he's all his life, he's taken leadership positions all throughout high school. He was the captain of the sports team. He took leadership roles in his youth group. And he's the kind of guy that, will take a leadership role. When he feels that he has to do the right thing, he will do the right thing. And although he was accepted to college and he was enrolled in Binghamton, he took a gap year. He came to Israel, and spending time in Israel, getting to know the country, the people, he felt that he needed to serve. And that's where he was on October 7th, with on a small post, protecting the different kibbutzim, the villages that were on the border that day.
And you both have been traveling around the world pretty much to get the message out about your son and the other hostages. Why has it been so important for you and your family to do that?
First of all, we can't stand still and just wait. We have to do something. So since day one, we decided we're going to be active together with a lot of other hostage families and do whatever we can to influence, make sure that nobody forgets, people understand what happened on October 7th. It's not just an Israeli thing far away. It's a global humanitarian crisis with 240 hostages that were taken from 24 countries with all main religions. And we have to make sure that everybody understands that. We want to make sure that people remember that on October 7th, 1,200 people were murdered, slaughtered, and raped, among them 45 Americans, and 12 Americans were taken. And since that day, 8 Americans are kept hostage. Out of them, 3 are known to be murdered and 5 are known to be alive. And it's up to the world and, of course, United States to do everything possible to bring those hostages back. It's over 224 days. It's over 7 months in terrible conditions. And, the world, everybody in the United States need to understand it's urgent. Those people are dying. Only yesterday we were notified that 2 Thai hostages are known to be dead. That was an announcement that was put out yesterday. It's just urgent, and people need to understand. And I guess that's our role, to make sure that people don't forget.
Does your family believe that the Israeli government and the American government are doing enough to help get the hostages back home?
I don't think we feel they're doing enough. Like Ronen said, it's 224 days into this war. I couldn't have believed we could not, early on that we'd still be in this predicament. We know that the American government is committed to bringing the hostages home, but it's not enough until they're out. It's not a done deal. There's still work to be done. We know that there's a deal. There's been a deal that was put together by the different mediators. And Hamas has not accepted this deal, and it's unacceptable to us. This has to be, the momentum has to be kept going, and until there's a resolution.
We like to see more pressure put on Qatar and Egypt, on Israel and on Hamas, and to see a more active role also by the United States, understanding it's not their problem, so to speak, it's our problem. We're Americans. There are 8 Americans there. 45 were murdered. We have to bring the Americans home, and with them, the rest of the hostages.
And you kind of already touched on this, but what message do you want to make sure gets out to the people who are watching this right now? What do you want to say to them directly?
I think we want to say that this is a global humanitarian crisis. There are citizens of 24 countries that were taken on that day. This is not just an Israeli issue. It's not just an American issue. This is a terrorist organization that invaded a sovereign state during a ceasefire, murdered, slaughtered, raped, mutilated, burned alive citizens, took people hostage, and we can't allow this to be normalized. We need to stand up as Western society and say we will not tolerate this, and this has to be resolved.
Today it happened in Israel, tomorrow it can happen anywhere in the world. We can't tolerate innocent people taken hostage and just keep this as a norm. We are okay with that. It's not okay. They have to come home.
Thank you both so much for taking the time to join us here and to share, as I mentioned, your story, your son's story. Is there anything else you want to add before I let you go?
No, we are appreciative to the Biden administration for everything they've done so far, but we urge them to do more, press every possible, look for any possible way in bringing the American hostages back and the rest of the hostages as well. They cannot stand still.
Ronen and Orna Nutra, thank you again for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, I want to take a live look once again over at the Israel-Gaza border. You can see this view from Israel overlooking Gaza with that smoke rising there. I want to bring you more on the situation we've been following throughout the morning as Israel is responding in front of the International Court of Justice as South Africa urges the court to stop that full-scale operation into Rafah. During today's arguments, Israel responded saying there is a, quote, tragic war in Gaza, but, quote, there is no genocide. Israeli attorney Gilad Noam telling the justices in part that Israel has not conducted its wide-scale operation in Rafah because the IDF is taking extra precautions to keep civilians safe. The time now 7:41 on the East Coast, 4:41 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the final one of the hour, and we'll get back into your headlines here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We do continue to cover the latest out of Houston, Texas this morning, where severe storms are now blamed for at least 4 deaths. This is just some of the video that is coming in from the downtown area. I do want to bring in Shelby Rose with our Fox 26 Houston team to break down the latest. She is live for us. Thank you so much for being here. I can see a huge mess there left behind.
Yes, good morning, Josh. Now that the sun is finally coming up, we're getting a much better look at just how much damage these storms left behind yesterday evening. I'm standing just right in the heart of downtown, and you can just see glass absolutely riddling this intersection, covering it. It is intended to be blocked off to motorists, although we have seen some people try to drive through this glass, something we do not recommend. Houston Mayor telling all of Houston to just try to stay home if you can. But let's go up. I want to show you the reason why we're seeing all of this glass. Look at just how many windows were blown out of just this one skyscraper. It is too many that I probably can't even count. This broken glass going up at least 20 stories. I don't even know if our camera can pan that far up, but just to give you an idea of how destructive these winds were. And it's not just this building. We can go over to our left. This is the Center Point Energy building we're going to give you a look at as well. You can just see blinds mangled from the wind, insulation falling out of the buildings. We're seeing so much debris exactly like that on the grounds here. All of this causing still more than 700,000 people to be without power. Downtown does have power, but there are so many communities around us, even just adjacent to here where I live. I still don't have power, and we're told that a lot of people couldn't have it for now at least 2 days, maybe even longer, because of just how much destruction this all left behind. Thankfully, the majority of our school districts are without school today. That includes Houston ISD, which is the largest school district in the state of Texas. And as you said, unfortunately, we have had at least 4 people confirmed dead thanks to these storms. Houston Mayor John Whitmire did give us some details on 3 of those thus far. Still trying to get information on the 4th, but 2 of those people did die from trees falling on them. The other person with a crane accident. So going forward, right now it is just cleanup efforts, trying to restore power to everyone in this area, because there's no telling how long that it will take to get all of this up. Josh.
All right, Shelby Rose there with our Fox 26 Houston team. Thank you so much for your reporting out there. Stay safe.
Of course.
All right, everybody, 7:46 on the East Coast, 4:46 on the West Coast. As Shelby was mentioning, we did hear from the Houston mayor late last night. I do want to play his comments for you here, raw and unfiltered.
Let me emphasize that we've experienced an exceptionally strong storm passing through Houston and our surrounding areas this afternoon. It actually came up 290. Brenham experienced it, went up 290 through northwest Houston, where I was located. Through the Heights to the Central Business District, and then did a significant impact in the east side. We've had, unfortunately, 4 fatalities. We're still in a recovery mode. What I want to emphasize is stay at home. Houstonians, stay at home tonight. The recovery will go through to tomorrow. So if you're a non-essential worker, don't go to work tomorrow. I ask the business community to be considerate of their employees. There's no HISD school tomorrow. City employees, non-essential, stay at home, work at home. We had a storm with 100 miles per hour winds, the equivalent of Hurricane Ike. Considerable damage downtown. Glass. If you're at the concert in Toyota Stadium tonight, or even Minute Maid, if you're still there after an Astro game, do not go west through downtown. Enter through I-10 or work your way to 45 to leave downtown. All the city departments are working tonight. It'll be a long tonight. The first responders are doing what they've trained to do. We had firefighters taking live wires off of 290 this afternoon that was blocking thoroughfares. The real problem we have right now is traffic control. Most of the traffic lights across the city are down, and they'll be down for considerable hours. We've got over 900 CenterPoint customers without electricity tonight. I ask everyone to be patient. Look out for your neighbors. It'll take 24 hours for a lot of this power to be restored. Some will require 48 hours. So we're in a recovery mode. If you have a true emergency, call 911. There's a backlog of calls as I talk to you tonight. We'll be working through the night to handle that backlog. But the real emphasis tonight is stay at home. Do not travel on the roads. It's dark. There's trees across roadways across Houston. So be very patient, cautious, look out for one another, stay at home tonight, don't go to work tomorrow unless you're an essential worker. There is no HISD school tomorrow. Stay at home, take care of your children. Let us know if you are in an emergency situation. Our first responders will be working around the clock. We're working closely with our county commissioners. They're out helping us with the saws and clearing debris from our thoroughfares. The state of Texas is sending us DPS officers to secure downtown, freeing up HPD to make calls. We're concerned about the dangers of downtown glass. The lights are out, the traffic lights are out, so the DPS is going to relieve HPD later tonight to secure downtown, allowing HPD to make emergency calls. I can't thank our first responders enough. Houston Fire, Houston Police, our EMS, everyone's coming together. That's what we do best in Houston. So let's get through this challenge. It's going to be 24 hours, 48 hours in some instances for the power to be returned. We're looking for locations now for individuals that are on dialysis or fragile care. We're going to have openings of either multi-service centers. We're in the process, as I talk, to find secure, safe locations for those that find themselves homeless, without power, that need medical assistance. With that, I don't think there's much more I can tell you, except we had 80, 90, and 100 miles per hour storm come through here, some twisters mixed into this strong wind. Pretty much citywide, but an emphasis on Northwest Houston, the Heights, the Central Business District, and the East Side. So take care of your neighbor, your family, your pets, and let's go forward. Any questions? If not, Chief Satterwhite, anything you need to reinforce that I've mentioned?
Well, yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. You really said the most important things, which is to stay home where you're safe. It is, it's now dark outside. Power is out. Lights are out. This is where we have a lot of additional crashes and things like that because people can't tell when an intersection is coming up, and then it's not controlled, and that's where cars collide. What you do when you go out on that roadway and you are potentially adding additional challenges, for first responders who are already trying to take care of those people who have been impacted. So, this is a partnership or a request with you and the public to help us by honoring what the mayor's request is, staying home, and just also for those of you that have businesses that you feel like possibly were damaged or something like that, and you're concerned about the security around that. We have extra patrols out there. We're going to be patrolling shopping centers. We're going to be patrolling dark areas of Houston. We're going to be patrolling things like pawn shops and anything else. We're out there, so take that assurance, take care of your family, and then by tomorrow when daylight comes, then we can start getting a better assessment for everybody. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Chief Pena to give us a status report of his first responders. I can't tell you enough about how courageous the firefighters were that endangered their lives to get live wires off of 290 so people could get to a safe location. Also, I'm going to ask him to translate our concerns to our citizens.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Mayor. I think the mayor covered it all. We had a fast-moving, strong storm that hit the general area here in the city of Houston. We have widespread damaged areas. As you mentioned, the safest thing to do is stay home. The majority of our calls have been gas leaks and down wires. Okay? If you smell gas inside your home, please leave the area and dial 911 from the outside. Especially if the power is down, when that comes up, if you're smelling gas inside your home, it could be potentially hazardous. So please call 911 if there is a smell of gas, but do so outside of that building. As the mayor mentioned, if you don't need to be on the roads, stay home. There's widespread debris on the roads. Some areas are without any power, no light. It's hard to see as you're driving. Don't cause more hazards for yourselves and any of the emergency workers that are out in the street. Houston Fire is participating and collaborating with all city departments, as the mayor mentioned, to ensure that we can clear some of this debris, make a proper assessment of the damaged areas, and start the recovery process. So we'll be engaged throughout the night. Our firefighters, police officers, public works are doing an amazing job to get the recovery phase underway, and so we appreciate their work. In Spanish, como dice el alcalde Whitmire, este día tuvimos una tormenta que pasó por la ciudad de...
All right, as you can see, they are translating right there into Spanish now, but essentially we got some of the basics there from the mayor and other officials in Houston, as we do know that there is extensive damage across the area. They are warning people to stay off of the roadways, and at least 4 people are confirmed dead. Coming up at the top of the hour, so in about 4 minutes or so, we're going to check in with our Fox 26 Houston team, as we've been doing all throughout the morning. They do have that live coverage that is continuing. Now, I want to go over, as I mentioned, just some of the basics. Houston Mayor John Whitmire there confirming that Thursday's severe weather did turn fatal. He said 4 people lost their lives as a result of that severe weather. During a news conference Thursday night, which you're watching right here, officials confirmed that 2 of the people killed were due to fallen trees and another was due to a crane accident, that happening over on the East End. City and county officials urging drivers to stay off the roads on Thursday night and into Friday so that emergency crews can get to those areas safely. Whitmire urging all non-essential employees to stay home and work from home Friday as Houston ISD canceled classes for the day. Whitmire there speaking once again.
Start immediately to help us clear the debris, but I can't emphasize enough the danger of fallen trees and fallen utility wires. You have to be sensitive to that. So stay at home. It's dark. You'll come upon it without notice. And it also allow the first responders to do their job. So with that said, I'm going to take the team and go back to work. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, we have a viewer out in the Humble area that said that he just has low water pressure. Does the power outages come into impacting any of the water supply?
Yeah, the east side water systems on generators, and we're monitoring that very carefully.
Do we know specifically how the 4 people passed away? Was it an accident? Was it trapped?
Each one is obviously individual. Tree falling on, I know of 2. Chief,
Yes,
let me let Chief Pena give a report on that.
Yes, sir. So the initial indications are that we had fallen trees caused 2 of the fatalities. One was a crane accident as well that was blown over by the wind, or the strong winds. So right now the Houston Police Department, they're on the scene, they're doing their investigation. So we won't know the exact causes of death, but that's what the indications are right now. Sí, seguro que sí. Mire, hubo 4 fatalidades hasta el momento. 3 de ellas parece ser que fueron a causa de los árboles que fueron caídos.
And so he is answering questions there, both in English and in Spanish, because there are English and Spanish media that have arrived at this news conference here. Again, this was late last night, and we are going to be checking in with our Fox 26 Houston team in just a matter of minutes as they do start their live team coverage right at the top of the hour. Let's pop that audio right back up and keep listening in.
On Wingate Street, we believe. And but again, we won't. This is just preliminary information that we're getting right now.
Mayor, can you talk about the damage downtown again? Just like what?
Well, we had one building wall on Commerce Street that caved in. It's a brick building. No one was occupied. occupying it at the time, but it's the large, tall office buildings in the central district that have lost a lot of their windows and glass all over the streets downtown. Traffic lights are out. So we're going to secure downtown, and I'll reemphasize what Chief Satterwhite said. Law enforcement is going to be making their calls. We're securing areas. We want to tell the bad guys, don't try it, because HPD is on the scene. DPS is coming to back them up. We're collaborating with other area law enforcement. So it's all hands on deck tonight. We'll work late into the night. Be glad to report to the media early in the morning any events during the night, discoveries. Hopefully, we haven't heard from anyone that's trapped to our knowledge, but we'll be certainly on call to respond immediately with our first responders. So downtown is a mess. It's dangerous due to the glass and the lack of traffic lights. So stay at home. I can't emphasize that and repeat that enough. Stay at home tonight. Stay at home tomorrow unless you're an essential worker. City of Houston employees work from home. HISD school is closed, so we have an opportunity to go into a full recovery mode, and that's what we're doing as we talk to you and we're leaving. Every department is working hard tonight, so thank you all for being here and doing your job, and we're going to go.
All right, so that was the mayor of Houston, John Whitmire, as he was addressing the media late last night. Now, as you heard there, he does plan to have the news conference at some point today. We'll make sure to bring you more information on that, and you can watch it, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we know at least 4 people have died, and there is extensive damage across the Houston area as a result of the severe storms. Our Fox 26 Houston team is all over this coverage, as they have been for the last several hours. Do you want to pop up the audio here and listen? Again, this is their live broadcast here on Live Now from Fox.
5 inches of rain fell yesterday up in the Huntsville area and over around Livingston, so street flooding is likely up there. Look what's happening here to our south and west. Another round of thunderstorms. In fact, recently a severe one around Beeville, Texas, and this system is moving in our direction. Now, I think it will weaken a bit as it gets closer to us, so I don't expect a widespread, outbreak of severe weather today, but definitely a chance for thunderstorms, which, remember, is a big concern because people are going to be out doing cleanup today. People are even going to potentially be up on roofs and things like that, under trees. We want you to definitely stay mindful of the fact that thunderstorms could be coming in. If you hear thunder, it is time to take cover and get your Fox 26 weather app so you know what's headed your way as well. 70 degrees right now with a nice light breeze from the north. Here's our forecast for Cypress. Showers are possible by the afternoon, maybe even an isolated thunderstorm. For Galveston Island, the same. Chance for showers and thunderstorms at both noontime and at 3 p.m. today. Finally, I wanted to leave you with this as we talk about winds. I have this paused at 6:35 yesterday evening, and I'm using the Doppler radar, which means that we can sense how fast the raindrops were moving. And at least at cloud level, we had between 95 and 102 mile-per-hour winds here in the downtown area yesterday at 6:35 in the afternoon. So it was incredible. Shelby Rose is down there, sort of ground zero while all this happened, and this was absolutely similar to the types of winds that we had from Hurricane Ike in 2008.
Of audio issues with Shelby there, but you could see so much damage downtown with those windows blown out. You see debris pretty much scattered throughout the streets there.
Yeah, a lot of the buildings downtown, so many windows blown out there. Even one of the bars downtown that we've been showing also as well. The wind really pummeled one of the walls there. We're going to go back to Shelby throughout this newscast because obviously you saw the video there. It is incredible to even see. In the meantime, let's go live to Denise Middleton now with how conditions are out where she is.
Well, good morning. You know, there were two tragic accidents here on the East End, one involving a woman with a newborn. She was also a mother of four. She lost her life, and this happened here on Avenue O and Hedrick, where you can see behind me this massive tree that fell on top of this Ford SUV. Police say they had to get some heavy-duty wreckers to lift the tree and get her out. They tell us she had been concerned about that tree falling on her vehicle and told her husband that she wanted to move the SUV. Unfortunately, when she got inside, the tree fell and pinned her inside, killing her. Then another tragic accident happened less than a mile from here at the Sesco Cement Terminal. Police say a 73-year-old man lost his life when a large crane collapsed while he was sitting in a cement truck.
HFD got there. They did everything they could. Obviously, a lot of heavy equipment to try to get people out, but prayers for their families. A huge tragic event.
So you can see this area has really taken on a lot of heavy damage. This is another home with a tree, you know, branches just everywhere. It has fallen on top of this house, and just really the streets in this whole neighborhood are just filled with downed branches and trees. So there's a lot of cleanup that's going to take place here, as you can imagine. And so now that there is daylight, we can see all of the devastation in this area and really just throughout Houston. And so again, everyone is just urged to stay inside if you can, because it can get dangerous out here with down power lines and several, trees that have fallen down. Reporting live from East End, Denise Middleton, Fox 26 News.
Okay, Denise, thank you. And at last check, we know thousands of customers are still without power right now. We're trying to get an exact number. I'm looking here on the screen. This is actually more than 700,000 customers still without power here this morning. At one point, more than 1 million were left in the dark, and majority of those are inside the Beltway on the northwest side. Houston's mayor says it could be a while before everyone's power is restored.
It's going to be 24 hours, 48 hours in some instances for the power to be returned. We're looking for locations now for individuals that are on dialysis or fragile care. We're going to have openings of either multi-service centers. We're in the process, as I talk, to find secure, safe locations for those that find themselves homeless, without power, that need medical assistance.
And then you have to get a good look at this right here on the left side of your screen. This is what Centerpoint is dealing with right now. This is 290 and Beltway 8-ish in the Jersey Village area. This massive electrical tower toppled over, and we want to remind you, just assume any down power lines are energized and dangerous. It's the best and safest way possible. Centerpoint says stay at least 35 feet away and do not spray any sparking or burning wire with water, and don't even try to remove trees or limbs from power lines as well. Instead, you can report any potentially hazardous conditions by calling 713-207-2222. As if you see any downed trees or debris blocking roads, let the city know as well by calling 311.
Yes, please be careful, because a lot of people get injured after a storm as well as during. So now, of course, those outages, they sparked more than a dozen school districts to cancel their classes in our area. So this is just a few of those closures you're getting a look at right now. Houston ISD, that district is canceled classes. Cy-Fair, also Spring ISD, Spring Branch, A-Leaf, Klein, and select campuses in Katy ISD. So Katy ISD also rescheduled its graduation ceremony for Patel High School for tomorrow at 9 a.m. at Legacy Stadium. So you'll want to make sure you check with your specific campus. We also have a full list of school closures at fox26houston.com. Meanwhile, Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo has been out of town during all of this, but she did issue a statement about the severe storms.
And she said in part, I know that many people lived through and are still living through scary situations with the terrible strong winds that blew across our county. She went on to say damage assessments are ongoing, and we cannot know how long it will take to clear debris without those assessments completed. But from initial reports, the debris looks very significant. The judge was in Washington, but is traveling back to Harris County to help with this response. In the meantime, of course, we will continue to follow the impacts of Thursday's severe weather throughout the morning right here and at fox26houston.com. We have much more news and weather straight ahead. Keep it right here. Instead, though, let's give you a check of your traffic before we go to break.
All right, a big thank you there to our Fox 26 Houston team. We have been checking in with them all throughout the morning and will continue to do so. all throughout the day as they gather the latest information. Again, 4 people at least confirmed dead as a result of those storms. Do want to take you out right now to a live image out of Louisville, Kentucky. This is courtesy WDRB there, and they are outside of the golf club there because we know that Scottie Scheffler, the #1 ranked player in the world and winner of the Masters last month, was handcuffed and detained by Louisville Metro Police at Valhalla Golf Club after refusing to stop at the scene of a fatal accident at the course entrance. That is according to officials there. As you can see, the shot is moving. They're doing a driving shot in the rain right now. Now, the start of the tournament on Friday was delayed 1 hour after a pedestrian was hit and killed by a shuttle bus traveling east on Shelbyville Road outside the entrance to the club. That was around 5 a.m. local time. The bus operating in its dedicated lane traveling east. Now, all shuttles were suspended, and Shelbyville Road was closed for an investigation of the accident. Again, this is a moving vehicle there, and the image provided by WDRB in Louisville. Now, a source telling WDRB that Scheffler, arriving at the course for his scheduled 8:48 a.m. tee time, refused to stop when ordered to do so by a police officer. He continued to drive and drag the officer with his car for a short time. That is, again, according to officials. The officer did suffer minor injuries, and Scheffler was taken into custody. Jeff Darlington of ESPN posting on social media around 6:35 a.m. local time that a police officer grabbed onto Scheffler's car as it entered Valhalla, and Scheffler stopped. Quote, the police officer then began to scream at Scheffler to get out of the car. That is according to that post by Darlington. Quote, when Scheffler exited that vehicle, the officer shoved Scheffler against the car and immediately placed him in handcuffs. He is now being detained in the back of a police vehicle. Scheffler's Thursday's first round of the tournament tied for 12th, 5 strokes off the lead at -4. He came into the tournament a heavy favorite to win it, and a week ago became a new father. Again, Scottie Scheffler, the #1 ranked player in the world and the winner of the Masters last month, handcuffed and detained this morning by Louisville police at Valhalla Golf Club after investigators say he did refuse to stop at the scene of a fatal accident located there at the course entrance. The time now is 8:11 on the East Coast and 5:11 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour, but we'll get right back into your top stories, headlines, and breaking news on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:13 on the East Coast and 5:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, all the news you need to know on this Friday, May 17th. Former President Trump's hush money trial is over for the week, and we are told that closing arguments could begin next week when court resumes in Manhattan. Trump's ex-attorney and fixer, Michael Cohen, spent much of the week on the stand. Now, former President Trump's been saying, essentially, that Cohen is, quote, a proven liar. Connor Hansen with Fox News breaking down all the details of what happened in court.
The prosecution's final witness has spent almost all week on the stand. Donald Trump's former attorney and fixer, Michael Cohen, has told the court the former president was directly involved in the scheme to pay Stormy Daniels hush money over an alleged affair with Trump, money that was later reimbursed to Cohen. Thursday, Trump's lawyers painstakingly questioned Cohen about his past lies under oath. Cohen admitted to lying to Congress in 2017, lying to a special counsel in 2018, and again in court to a judge. The former fixer was also grilled about comments on his podcast, saying he hoped Trump would go to prison.
We have a lot of congressmen and some senators down today, and they're all up in arms.
Trump was joined in court by a growing number of Republican lawmakers attacking Cohen.
There is literally no branch of government that Michael Cohen is not lied to.
Meanwhile, Democrats criticized the Republican show of support.
I think it's really embarrassing, you know, for elected representatives to be appearing at a criminal trial to denounce our justice system.
It's unclear if the defense will call any witnesses, including Mr. Trump. Closing arguments in the trial will likely start next week. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
All right, Connor, thank you so much for that report. Do want to stay with the headlines here as family and friends will gather today to say a final goodbye to a U.S. Air Force senior airman fatally shot inside of his Florida apartment by a sheriff's deputy. The funeral for Roger Fortson is in Stonecrest outside of Atlanta. Brooke Zahner with our Fox 5 Atlanta team joining us now live with more on that. Good morning, Brooke.
Good morning, Josh. Certainly a story that has captured headlines nationwide. An investigation, we're told, is underway into Fortson's death. We've had the opportunity to hear from Fortson's family about this. They maintain that the deputy came to the wrong apartment and ended up shooting and killing their son.
My uncle from me, and I just want justice for him.
Through tears, the family of senior airman Roger Fortson spoke about his death Thursday, a day before the 23-year-old will be laid to rest.
His family, that was the most important thing to him. So he took care of us.
He was maybe my brother, but he was also the best brother I could ever ask for.
Fortson's family is calling for justice after he was shot and killed by a Florida sheriff's deputy earlier this month. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump represents the family. He obtained police audio from the day Fortson died between the dispatcher and the deputy. Crump says it shows the deputy was directed to the wrong apartment because Fortson was alone with his dog.
Don't have any further other than a male and female. It's all fourth-party information through the front desk.
Sheriff's office, open the door!
Body camera video released last week shows the deputy knocking on the door 3 times and identifying himself. Crump says Fortson didn't hear it, and eventually he came to the door holding his legally owned gun pointing down. Almost instantly, the deputy opened fire and killed him.
We're not going to let them sweep Roger Fortson under the rug.
The Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office says it is investigating the incident. They say the deputy who shot Fortson was at the right place that day.
You're going to give me justice whether you want to, Chef Eden, or not.
And again, that funeral service for Roger Fortson is happening here in Stonecrest at New Birth Missionary Baptist Church at 11 o'clock this morning. We're going to have continued coverage here from one of my colleagues throughout the day, so we'll certainly keep you posted. But for now, that's the latest here live in Stonecrest. I'm Brooke Zahner reporting for Live Now from Fox.
Brooke Zahner, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, the time now 8:19 over on the East Coast and 5:19 on the West Coast. Do want to check in once again with our Fox 26 Houston team as they continue their live team coverage here, all related to that severe weather that is now blamed for at least 4 deaths in Houston, Texas. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
Highest measured wind gust that we had. San Jacinto River at I-10, that's in the Channelview area, 78-mile-per-hour wind gust. The Houston Ship Channel had basically a Category 1 hurricane wind gust there of 74 miles per hour. University of Houston campus 71 miles per hour. Cypress 65 miles per hour. Both of the main airports in Houston 62 miles per hour. And this is what that squall line looked like as it passed through. You could refer to it as a squall. You could call it what's called an MCS, a mesoscale convective system. It basically just means it's a long-lived, organized line of storms, very often is associated with strong straight line winds. But I will tell you that this little top section of it that moved through the northern part of like the 610 North Loop definitely looked like it had a rotation to it. We don't have that confirmed just yet. This is the outlook for severe weather today. Now notice we're not under any sort of an elevated risk for severe weather, but there is a slight chance that we get in on some strong thunderstorms. At this point, we have been watching some storms here south of San Antonio. They seem to be weakening. But just the fact that the disturbance in the jet stream that's coming our way is strong enough to generate any thunderstorms obviously is a concern. If you're going to be out today with cleanup, the good news is it's not going to be hot. It will get hot this weekend. The temperatures are going to be fairly comfortable, but it is going to start to rain probably late this morning with a few scattered thunderstorms heading toward midday. 69 to 70 degrees right now. All of these green areas to the north, including College Station, Huntsville, Cold Spring, Livingston, you guys are still under a flood advisory until at least 8:45 this morning, meaning that you should stay off the roadways if at all possible, because some of them may be covered in water. And of course, we're going to watch and see what happens here with the Trinity River over the days to come. Nice and quiet out there right now, so good news there, but do expect some rain to be moving in from the southwest and embedded within that shore. There could be a couple of thunderstorms, so definitely be aware of that. Beginning this weekend, I know a lot of you are going to still be without electricity. High temperatures reach up to around 92 and should stay that way for next week. Be right back.
All right, a big thank you, of course, to our Fox 26 Houston team. They have been following this around the clock, and we are also following some other breaking news that we have been discussing over the past, I would say, 20 minutes or so. We now have a post that is coming in from our WDRB team there. They've been providing that live image showing the road that is shut down outside of Valhalla in Louisville. So this is from Amanda Roberts with WDRB. She says pro golfer Scotty Scheffler was booked into Metro Corrections after refusing to stop at a traffic barricade trying to get into Valhalla. That traffic barricade was set up after a pedestrian was hit and killed by a shuttle bus. I do want to take you out to that live image that they did provide to us. Again, this is courtesy WDRB over in Louisville, and it shows all the traffic cones there. We know obviously it was busy anyway because of the PGA Championship, but now you have roads that are shut down, part of multiple investigations. And if you are just joining us and you're not too familiar with how all of this is played out, I do want to go over really just some of the basics here. Scotty Scheffler, the #1 ranked player in the world and winner of the Masters last month, was handcuffed and detained just hours ago by Louisville Metro Police at Valhalla Golf Club after refusing to stop at the scene of a fatal crash at the course entrance. Now, the start of the tournament Friday delayed 1 hour after a pedestrian was hit and killed by a shuttle bus that was traveling east here on Shelbyville Road outside the entrance to the club. That was around 5 a.m. local time. that bus was operating its dedicated lane traveling east. Now, all shuttles have been suspended, and Shelbyville Road was closed for about an hour or so after the investigation. It looks like a portion, though, is still closed. You can see now the crew kind of driving to another location where it looks like traffic is moving along fairly well. Do want to take you back out to this post, though, from Amanda Roberts that does show the booking photo provided by the Louisville Metro Police Department. Jeff Darlington of ESPN posting on social media around 6:35 a.m. that a police officer had grabbed onto Scheffler's car as it entered Valhalla, and Scheffler stopped. Quote, the police officer then began to scream at Scheffler to get out of the car. When Scheffler exited the vehicle, the officer shoved Scheffler against the car and immediately placed him in handcuffs. He is now being detained in the back of a police car. Scheffler, in Thursday's first round of the tournament, tied for 12, 5 strokes off the lead at -4. He came into the tournament a heavy favorite to win it, and a week ago became a new father. Darlington and ESPN's Dave Fleming were attempting to get into Valhalla when that incident happened, and they actually witnessed it. They said that Scheffler was detained and driven off. Darlington said a police officer told him, quote, there's nothing you can do. He is going to jail. Again, if you are just joining us here, Scottie Scheffler, the #1 ranked player in the world and winner of the Masters last month, handcuffed and detained there by Louisville police just hours ago at Valhalla Golf Club. We'll make sure to bring you more details here as we do get them. The time now is 8:24 on the East Coast, 5:24 on the West Coast. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but as you can tell, a lot going on this Friday morning. We'll keep you on everything you need to know on this May 17th. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. 8:27 on the East Coast, 5:27 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories, live events, breaking news, all of it throughout the day. And I do want to take you back out to this video here. This does show the scene over in Houston, Texas, as we saw the heavy rain, the severe storms move through, and we have now learned that at least 4 people have died. Unfortunately, there is extensive damage all over the area. We saw some power lines and actually power poles that were kind of knocked down, pieces of buildings that were ripped apart there. We've been checking in with our Fox 26 Houston team, but we also have Fox News out there. Chanley Painter with the details.
We're in a recovery mode.
Intense storms slamming communities across southeast Texas Thursday, killing at least 4 people in the Houston area. This as high-speed winds tore apart buildings like this dance club. Piles of heavy bricks slamming to the ground, even crushing this car.
We had a storm with 100 miles per hour winds, the equivalent of Hurricane Ike.
Crews busy clearing fallen trees and other debris as streets and sidewalks sparkle with dangerous shards of shattered glass from blown out skyscraper windows.
Oh, wow. I seen everything just like whispering like a tornado. I've never seen it. I'm a Houstonian. We don't get this kind of weather.
The intense gust decimating power lines and leaving hundreds of thousands in the dark.
It'll take 24 hours for a lot of this power to be restored. Some will require 48 hours.
We're going to be patrolling dark areas of Houston.
The weather system's also bringing more rain to areas already saturated with floodwaters from previous storms, like in Huntsville, Texas. The high waters transforming roads into rivers, and while it's great for the birds,
the water in front of my house is still about knee deep.
As the cleanup across impacted communities presses on, many residents remain in shock and sadness.
We didn't know what to do. We just like that, you know, and look what it's doing to our city.
Houston's mayor says public schools are closed Friday, adding its critical non-essential workers stay home. I'm Chanley Painter, Fox News.
Chanley, thank you so much for that report here. We are going to be checking in with our Fox 26 Houston team as they continue their team coverage all throughout the morning. Do want to get to some of the other big stories that we are following at this hour. Take a look at your screen. Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese leader Xi Jinping have reaffirmed their, quote, no limits partnership. Both countries facing rising tensions with the West and both criticizing U.S. military alliances in Asia and the Pacific region. The two met this week for a 2-day visit in Beijing amid Putin's invasion of Ukraine. That war now ongoing for more than 2 years. I do want to discuss all of this further here, so let's bring in Christopher Herlin, the director of the Asian Studies program at Bowdoin College, joining us now live to discuss all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to ask you the purpose of this visit by Putin over to Beijing.
Sure, yeah. So this is the first visit abroad for Putin's 5th term. And the first visit is often used to convey foreign policy priorities, who the country's most important partners are. So Putin has gone to China for really 3 reasons. The first reason is a higher level strategic reason, which is to reaffirm their alliance and their joint stance essentially against the Western-led international order. So that's the sort of higher level strategic picture. But Putin has also brought several ministers and deputy ministers with him. One of those groups focuses on economics. So they are going to be meeting with Chinese officials to discuss trade between China and Russia. Trade has been declining recently, mostly analysts think due to sanctions on Russia, and Chinese banks are essentially getting worried that they'll be implicated in evading these sanctions. So that's the second reason, is economics. And the third is military. So Russia is looking for military equipment anywhere it can get it, including spare parts, but also what we might call dual-use technologies. So these are things like semiconductors that can be used for commercial purposes, but can also be used for military purposes. So that, broadly speaking, is what President Putin is after.
And you kind of already touched on this there, but what is the current relationship like between Russia and China overall?
Yeah, the current relationship is relatively close. Certainly when Putin was seen off by President Xi, there we see it right there in the clip, he gave him a hug. President Xi is not a hugger as far as I know. So this is definitely meant to symbolize this close relationship between the two. But we are increasingly seeing a situation where this partnership is much more important to Russia than it is to China. So for Russia, China is really sort of an economic lifeline, right? This is somewhere where they've been able to sell lots of their oil and gas, been able to try to get around Western sanctions. But for China, the partnership with Russia no longer looks as good as it did 2 years ago. You don't hear much talk in Chinese state media anymore about the relationship having no limits. And it's very much the case that Xi is sort of emerging as this senior partner with President Putin as the junior partner. So for Xi, he's becoming worried about the downsides of the war in Ukraine, and particularly the pressure that he gets from the West not to transfer military weapons to Russia to aid them in their fight against Ukraine.
And it's important to note that China has said that it has a neutral position when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. But does that actually appear to be the case? Do they appear to be neutral overall?
They're really not. They have made some peace proposals that, you know, no one really has taken very seriously in diplomatic circles. This is something that they're doing for appearances, it seems like, to look like a responsible world power. But certainly with all of the equipment that they've been sending to Russia, some of which is, as I understand it, spare parts for fighter jets, things like that. Certainly the drones we're hearing a lot about. It's not really credible to say that China is a neutral party in the Ukraine war.
What is the relationship currently like between China and the U.S.? I know it kind of goes up and down and that sort of thing, but what is the relationship like currently at this moment?
I would characterize the relationship as mostly stable. So we're not seeing this real sharp decline in U.S.-China relations that we did in the previous 2 years. So relations are stable, but certainly with a lot of friction and tension in them. So President Xi and President Biden had a phone call last month that was described as candid, which is usually the diplomatic term for there are a lot of disagreements. And certainly we see the Biden administration in recent days has been moving forward with its tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles, tariffs of largely, I think it's around 100%. You don't see many Chinese electric vehicles on the streets in the U.S. And so this is really just an attempt to not give the Chinese a foot in the door in the U.S. Electric vehicle market. So still lots of tensions.
Do you think there's any world where Biden makes a trip to China anytime soon?
I don't think it will probably happen anytime soon. These are visits that require very extensive coordination between the parties. I think it's probably more likely that we'll see more along the lines of visits from cabinet secretaries like Secretary Yellen or Secretary Blinken, who have both traveled to China relatively recently. I think that's probably what we can expect in the near future.
All right, Christopher Herland, thanks as always for taking the time to be here and help break all of this down. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Well, I think what to watch coming out of this will be the extent to which China cooperates with Russia in the military arena and supplying military supplies.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody, the time now 8:37 over on the East Coast, 5:37 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, breaking news, and live events from across the country and, as you see there, across the world. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back with more live coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get back to the breaking story that we have been following all throughout the morning here out of Houston, Texas. This video coming in from our Fox 26 Houston team, and you can see the damage, extensive damage left behind there, and that, believe it or not, is the downtown Houston area after these severe storms that struck late last night. We did actually hear from the mayor last night, who urged people to stay off the roads, not just today, but pretty much into tomorrow as well. He's essentially saying we need to stay clear of all of the roads. So I do actually want to take you out to our Fox 26 Houston team. They have had team coverage all throughout the morning, and it looks like they are speaking with another reporter. So let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
Okay, so we have been telling you this all morning. Downtown Houston, there is a lot of damage and debris. This is actually video from, I believe, the Hyatt Regency in downtown. We got this from a viewer, a Fox 26 viewer here.
From Wes Waitkus, and he posted it to X. So it's showing part of the roof of the Hyatt Regency blown out there. So you have rain and debris pouring down to the lobby, you can see. I mean, watching this last night, I was blown away because it's just something you did not expect.
In awe.
Yeah, so our team coverage is continuing. Let's get out to Nate Griffin, who's also downtown looking at the aftermath there. Good morning again, Nate.
Hey, Chelsea DeLon, you guys were talking about the debris in the street, which is why John Whitmire, the mayor of Houston, is asking most Houstonians to stay home. A lot of the streets are blocked off, as you can see, and the reason for that is because of the debris that I have in my hand here. A lot of it is a lot bigger, but this is just an example to show you here on television. And a lot of these bricks that came from that building right there. That is the Congelo Malo. It was a Congelo Malo, and of course, I'm sorry, I'm just getting all confused on the name. Congelo Malo that was destroyed earlier. The side of the building just completely defaced, and the fence, in addition to that, was destroyed because of the force from the bricks that came down from off that building. I want to show you a car that was also completely destroyed here. When the owner wakes up, if they're not already aware, they're going to come out to a very damaged car that they can no longer drive. It's completely damaged and, of course, totaled. So that is the damage that actually took place here in downtown Houston. This is not far from the University of Houston. In fact, the University of Houston downtown is north as you head out of town on 45, going north towards Dallas. So that's pretty much the damage here. But you can see what happened to this bar. And of course, Bad Bunny is a translation of the name that I attempted to pronounce a little bit earlier. Couldn't quite get it done, but Bad Bunny is a translation, and this building here is badly damaged, guys. We're live in downtown Houston. Nate Griffin, Fox 26 Morning News.
All right, a big thank you there to our Fox 26 Houston team. I do actually want to take you out to some breaking news that we are following out of West LA. You can see what appears to be the end of a pursuit that did end in West LA, with police saying that a driver slammed into some LAPD cruisers. You can see a lot of cruisers there on the scene. Looks like our Fox LA team is on this, so let's pump up the audio on their newscast and listen in.
Still trying to figure out why everyone is stopped in front of them, you know, still having no idea really what is going on. This all happened so quickly. We keep talking about the fact that this did last longer than you'd hope, and that the driver was at many points in this driving at a pretty slow rate of speed. But when you're the driver and the unsuspecting drivers in the cars just on the freeway, I mean, there were so many people that had a really scary moment this morning, even before we got to those final crashes. Just, as you can remember, the van just swerving through traffic in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And at many points swerving enough to get in the right direction and still then choosing to go in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and there was no way that the CHP or any officers could try to stop it. It was just going so fast.
Yeah.
In the other direction. And even if they did some sort of a roadblock, if that van was able to keep going, it would just go right through any roadblock. So you're looking at a live picture there now from the ground. Again, that suspect in custody as well, and we can just glean from the way she's been behaving and obviously her erratic behavior there as driving this morning during this pursuit, that she is under some sort of a mental distress or perhaps under the influence of something, and she is now in custody, and certainly they'll try to get her some help. But as you looked at that freeway there as well, this is going to be a big mess there on the 405 freeway at Wilshire, the northbound lanes, and looks like all lanes of traffic are now blocked as this investigation continues. Only one lane currently open right now as they try to clean up this mess and continue this investigation, and this will no doubt last sometime this morning.
Yeah, so just no question, if you can avoid this, please do, because you don't want to get stuck in this. You will not get to where you're going when you want to.
Looks like they're bringing out the paramedics here, so this could either be, looks like they're going to take the suspect with the LAFD paramedic department there, taking the suspect now for medical reasons. Obviously, we did notice that it did appear that she was injured physically in some way. Also, it does appear that she has some possible face injuries here as well. So in custody, but also being taken away by the paramedics. Stu, this was just quite a morning for all of us as we watched that vehicle pour onto the 405.
Oh, definitely, and it was hair-raising to say the least. And LAPD, the reason why all these vehicles were stopped out here was because LAPD actually did a traffic break. They actually brought all these vehicles to a stop so that the LAPD could try to bring that van to a peaceful end without this type of situation happening. But that van making that U-turn, crashing through some LAPD vehicles, and then making its way against traffic and creating that collision that you see right there from this angle from Skyfox. You can really get an idea of that impact. That gray car, that's the one that really took the brunt of that impact, and that van coming to a rest against that big rig. We did see two innocent drivers from their vehicles, get out after that crash. But again, they must be shooken up. The fire department was out here. They did talk to both of them, and that suspect now being loaded into an ambulance because they're not going to take that person into custody right away. They're going to bring them. They're going to be in custody. I can guarantee you that. LAPD going to travel with that ambulance, and then they're going to make sure that she is in good enough shape to be in custody at the police station. But right now, this is all starting to wrap up. But while, like you said, while all this is going on, there is a lot of paperwork to be done, and sometimes we make jokes about that, but there's a lot of documentation that needs to go on, exactly what happened here, who was involved, who all these cars are, the drivers. So this is going to be here for some time. This is on the northbound 405 freeway, right past Wilshire Boulevard. And like you said, one lane is open right now, and you know that's going to create some problems for the morning drive. If this is part of your drive, like I always say, you're going to have to find some kind of alternate. Sepulveda probably is going to be a good take. You can see it right there. But that's going to fill up very, very quickly, as that is pretty much the alternate that everybody's going to lean to. But hopefully they'll have this cleared up. But again, I just have to give hats off to LAPD. They did do an amazing job, even though it did look at sometimes almost futile as those LAPD vehicles were trying to bring this thing to a stop. That van doing what they could. But, you know, that is a larger vehicle. Right, and of course, we don't know what's in it. You know, that thing, it looks like a work truck. It could be loaded up with gear. That could be, you know, that could be a couple of 1,000 pounds worth of cargo inside that van. It definitely seemed like it, because an empty van would have just spun around when they made contact with the rear like that. So, you know, whose vehicle that is, I'm sure that might come out later on as well. But that suspect in custody almost without incident.
If people are just now joining us, Stu, I think let's pull up that video again so you can see how this all came to a stop, because people are looking at the van and that big rig head on there, that collision there. But let's watch this van again, and you can see
last moments of this.
The number of cars that van hit before coming to a stop there.
And, you know, you can see the driver of the second car, that black car right there that was hit, the second car that was hit, just almost immediately have the thought to get out of there. And something you just brought up, Stu, is just, you know, that driver initially, you know, because the windows are side by side there, it's face to face with the driver causing all of this, and you have no idea what's in this van, no idea what's going on with this driver. And so the driver in that car that was hit just knew to get away, to get out of there. Stu, could you, take us back a little bit as you were flying into what you saw? Because I know this started with one officer, then an officer requesting backup, and we saw, a line of officers trying to do what they could at that point to stop this driver in this white van.
Yeah, when we made it over the hill, they were still on side streets. And then I did hear LAPD actually say 10 vehicles, 10 officers in that pursuit. And when I heard that number, I was like, okay, this is a little unusual. Why do we have 10 vehicles? Usually they'll allow 2, maybe 3. But in this case, they were talking about 10. And then it got onto the 405 freeway. That made it easier for us to find it. We did pick it up with the camera. And that van was moving along at a pretty good clip, like you said earlier on when it was on surface streets, not moving very, very fast. But when it did get on the freeway, at first it was probably going much faster than the freeway speeds, LAPD in pursuit. But then everything really started to change once it passed Sunset Boulevard, and that they tried to do pit maneuvers at high speeds on that van. That first LAPD cruiser, it got banged up pretty badly. That front suspension, he lost the ability to steer that vehicle. The other LAPD vehicles basically falling into place, getting ahead of, next to, and behind that vehicle, basically trying to box it in. But that driver kept making all these bizarre turns, and then that U-turn, that big mistake right there for everybody was when that vehicle made that U-turn going southbound in the northbound lanes on that 405 freeway. And then LAPD, they were trying to protect the public. That's the reason why they stopped the cars. And they were all stopped right here, keep making that freeway open for officers to do what they could to bring it to an end. But then that van just crashing through all of that. And it almost seemed like she picked that one silver vehicle and that head-on collision. And again, we are so lucky that those civilians not injured in a way where they needed medical help right away. But like you said, Brooke, that person in that black VW, that Jetta or GTI or whatever it is right there, Golf, that one, he you know that's an LA person because saw what was going on and just jumped out that driver's side door, tried to get to safety as quickly as possible. LAPD swooped in as they got out of their cars knowing that van not moving, and then that driver still acting erratic got up on that van, started doing some grandstanding as it would be, getting up onto that big rig, but that's when it all kind of came to an end.
With so many pursuits that we cover, Stu, and we know, I think everyone in Southern California by now knows the pit maneuver, and you have to do it, it has to be done at a certain rate of speed, and the driver in pursuit has to actually be going in the same direction, and that is the extreme difficulty that these officers had this morning when you have this driver not going straight, but sometimes turning around, trying to ram other police cars, doing donuts and things like that. There's no way of knowing where the vehicle was going to be. So how do you stop a vehicle like that, especially a heavy vehicle like that, and then try to box it in a safe manner? It was just so dangerous.
And again, we didn't know, and I'm sure law enforcement didn't know either, what if that driver was armed. How desperate was that person? You know, clearly desperate enough to go head on into an innocent person's vehicle while trying to get away, crashing into law enforcement. And then there was also that appearing to be taunting the officers, almost coming to a stop a couple times on the freeway, allowing officers to get close enough, but then trying to drive off, playing that weird game of cat and mouse. So, you know, in the end, this is how it came to an end. Sad to say, there is a lot of damage. Probably some minor injuries, but again, I believe that this is probably, you know, one of the best outcomes. You know, nobody's passed away. There's no fatality or risk, or critical injury. Everybody's out walking around, and that suspect in custody. You know, the people who are going to really suffer this morning are the people on the 405 freeway. Let's just take a quick peek. I know we're not doing traffic yet, but wow, look at that.
Yeah, that does not look good. So traffic obviously backed up, as we mentioned, for I would say miles upon miles. But that was our Fox 11 LA team, as they do continue to cover all of this. Gigi Graciette, who is a reporter there and joined us live quite a bit, posted this photo here on X or Twitter, depending what you call it. She said this is the pursuit suspect who for 45 minutes led LAPD in a pursuit, slamming her van into patrol cars multiple times, causing at least one officer to crash, and then crashing head-on into innocent drivers on the 405 freeway. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the final one of the hour, but as you can see, it's been a very active morning and a lot more news to get to. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the top of the hour here. It's 8:57 on the East Coast, 5:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories from across the area. And right now you are taking a look at some of the video coming in from Houston, Texas. That is where we know that at least 4 people have died after severe storms moved through the area. There is extensive damage to buildings all across that downtown area. If you haven't been watching throughout the morning, I do want to go over just some of the basics of what we know so far, as we are going to check in with our Fox 26 Houston team for the top of their newscast in just a matter of minutes. But Houston Mayor John Whitmire confirming to Fox 26 Houston that the weather has been fatal. Whitmire said 4 people lost their lives as a result of that extreme weather. During a news conference that we aired a bit earlier on today, officials confirmed that 2 of the people killed were killed by fallen trees and another died due to a crane accident that happening on the east end. City and county officials urging drivers to stay off the roads really all throughout the day and possibly into tomorrow as well, so that emergency crews can get to the areas as safely as possible. Whitmire urging all non-essential employees to stay home and work from home Friday, as Houston ISD did cancel classes there. Whitmire said the city is currently getting assistance from the state of Texas, saying that it is essentially all hands on deck. Whitmire telling Fox 26 during a live interview that there are people were people, I should say, at Minute Maid Park for the Astros game and also at the Toyota Center, and they were being asked to turn around and not to go through downtown due to debris in the area and traffic lights that were out. The Harris County Judge, Lena Hidalgo, also releasing a statement saying, quote, "I know that many people lived through and are still living through scary situations with the terrible strong winds that blew across our county tonight. What we know so far is that at least 4 people are reported dead. There are widespread power outages and infrastructure damage to the power grid, as well as significant property damage there. Our Harris County precincts and engineering department working overnight to clear as much roadway debris as possible in partnership with our cities. Damage assessments are ongoing, and we cannot know how long it will take to clear debris without those assessments completed. But from initial reports, the debris looks to be very significant. Let's check in with our Fox 26 Houston team as they are beginning their live team coverage.
Win on everything else. So good morning. Thank you for joining us. I'm Chelsea Edwards filling in for Melissa Wilson.
Good Friday morning to you. Happy to have you with us here. We know a lot of you may be without power right now, so you could be streaming us right now on the Fox 26 local app or the Fox 26 News app, rather. Thanks for joining us. We're going to get you right over to Chief Meteorologist Mike Iskovitz with the track of the current conditions. And I mean, it's looking like what all led up to this yesterday.
Exactly. So I wanted to just share a couple of things with you. First of all, if there's a warning issued, we talked about it yesterday, but a watch means conditions are favorable for severe weather or flooding. If there's a warning issued, it means that it's happening. And yesterday, when all of that awful weather was moving through Harris County, starting in Cypress and then moving through downtown Houston back over to Channelview and Pasadena, we had a relatively new product that was issued from the National Weather Service called a destructive wind severe thunderstorm warning, and that was in effect for a lot of the area as this thing moved in. We also were able to bring that to you in real time and to let you know that this where the warning was in place and that the wind speeds could be potentially destructive. And so that's a new product, and I think it was obviously very important yesterday. 71 degrees right now. That's what we got out there for you. So it's not hot. We have light winds, and we're not going to get much sunshine today. So that's one good thing, is that with 1 million people without power, we're not looking for a hot day, thank goodness. We do have flooding taking place to the north, so try to stay off the roads, Huntsville and Shepherd area. We have some rain that's going to be moving in here from the southwest. In fact, there's a severe thunderstorm here to the south and west of Port Lavaca, far away from the Houston area. But suffice it to say that there actually is still a chance for rain in today's forecast. Here's our futurecast at 10 a.m. this morning, with some streaks of rain possible through the day, and even potentially a chance for a thunderstorm or two mixed in there, and a slight chance for a strong one. But it's not going to be like yesterday. But I do want to caution you that a lot of people are going to be outside. Many of you or your friends and neighbors are going to be outside doing some cleanup, and there is a chance for rain here for places like Pasadena for the midday and afternoon hours. The same thing up here around Tomball, where you may have some trees knocked down. Watch for some thunderstorms heading into this afternoon.
All right, so as we've been telling you throughout this morning and just a couple of seconds ago, the storms, it really devastated much of the downtown area, downtown Houston specifically.
Yeah, so take a look at this video. Viewer John Wilms sent this in from inside a downtown high-rise as that storm moved through last night. Look at that. He gives a look from the same spot afterward as well with what the storm left behind. But just imagine just watching that, watching all that debris, you know, blowing around, watching these windows just get blown out. It was just unexpected for so many people. I have a friend downtown who just didn't even see this coming, right?
Yeah.
There was a game supposed to have started at Minute Maid Park. You have people there running for cover as well. So just a lot of people taken by surprise.
Yeah, let's go live now to Shelby Rose. She's been on top of this all morning long. Shelby, you've been there since it was dark. Now that it's light outside, I can imagine you can see the damage even more now.
Oh, yes, it's absolutely incredible. We're standing in the middle of Louisiana Street right now. There's a couple reasons why we're standing in the middle of the street, what's supposed to be rush hour traffic. One, because this entire road has been blocked off just because of how much glass is absolutely riddling the street. But two, it's actually a lot safer for us to stand right here. A CenterPoint Energy worker who's been assessing the damage told us to back off of the sidewalk just because glass is still falling from the building. Here's a look at just how many windows have been blown out, and to show you how dangerous it can be, we're going to zoom in on this flower bed that's right outside the building. You can see humongous shards of glass sticking straight up out of that little flower bed, which shows you how absolutely dangerous it can be just to stand so close to the building, even still, because we're having some winds that are coming through the area. And yeah, we're going to show you exactly what this building looks like. This is CenterPoint Energy building again. You can just see blinds, mangled insulation falling out of the building. Some of that debris even falling onto the middle of the street. And we're going to pan over and kind of show you some of the debris that we're also looking at. Again, just balls of what's supposed to be blinds, insulation, pieces of wood just covering this road. We also have gotten a better look now that the sun is up on what the Wells Fargo building looks like. I mean, just look at how many windows are blown out. They've been doing some incredible work, though. You can see a lot of those have already been boarded up this morning, and they'll obviously be continuing to do that throughout the day. Now, this was all coming through just as so many of these businesses were still operating. People inside these buildings, as y'all said, you know, the Astros game was just about to get in there. People inside Minute Maid Park. We spoke with one man who was just trying to have a nice dinner downtown when this storm rolled through.
As I was talking to a friend, next thing you know, it felt like you were on a ship, and the windows started buckling in and out, and the building was swaying by probably 2 feet, and it felt like you were on a ship. It was very, very wild, and then they canceled our dinner.
Now, there is absolutely no telling on when all of this could be cleaned up, so just heed the warnings from the mayor and other officials to stay out of downtown specifically just because of the giant mess that needs to be cleaned up and how many roads are blocked off in the current moment. Reporting live in downtown Houston, Shelby Rose, Fox 26 News.
Yeah, I can imagine it'll be tough to even drive around downtown if you want to get there anyway because of the mess, for sure.
Yeah, we want Shelby to stay safe out there with all that glass and things still falling down.
Definitely. Our team coverage continues now in East Houston.
So let's get you out live to Denise Middleton right now in the East End. Denise, a lot of tragedy people are dealing with out there.
Yeah, it really is a sad situation. You know, there are so many downed trees throughout this area, and sadly, one of them took the life of a 31-year-old woman who had just given birth to her 4th child. And neighbors tell us she lived here in this home along Avenue O and Hedrick. You can see where this huge, heavy tree just fell right on top of her vehicle. And police tell us that they had to get some heavy-duty wreckers to lift that tree and get her out. They tell us she had been concerned about it falling on her vehicle and told her husband she wanted to move her vehicle out of the way. And unfortunately, when she got inside that SUV, the tree fell and pinned her inside, killing her. We spoke to some neighbors here in the area who say they have lived here for about 15 years and have never experienced this much damage from a storm in their neighborhood.
Well, I was downstairs, my husband was upstairs, and he called me. He said, "We have a tornado alert." I said, "Tornado alert?" He said, "Yes, for the next 25 or 30 minutes. He says, "I'm going to come down." I said, "Okay." And he said, "You think we should go to the restroom?" I said, "Well, I don't know." And then the wind started. It was just horrible. I thought we had a tree that came down. This gray house had a tree that came down and fell across the other way, but this was the time before that, before this terrible thing.
So some scary moments here for some of the neighbors, but you know what? There was another tragic accident that happened less than a mile away from here at the Sesco Cement Terminal. Police say a 73-year-old man lost his life when a large crane collapsed while he was sitting in a cement truck. So very tragic situations out here in the East End area. And as you can see, there's still a lot of debris in the street. We don't know when the cleanup efforts will begin. So if you do have to get out and move around, just take it easy because there's just a lot that they're going to have to clean up here in this area. Reporting live from the East End, Denise Middleton, Fox 26 News.
So sad to hear about the loss of life in all of this. Well, Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo, she was out of town as this unfolded, but she did issue a statement about the severe storms. She said in part, quote, "I know that many people live through and are still living through scary situations with the terrible strong winds that blew across our county." Hidalgo went on to say damage assessments are ongoing and we cannot know how long it will take to clear debris without those assessments completed. But from initial reports, the debris looks very significant. The judge was in Washington but is traveling back to Harris County to help in the response. All right, so right now we want to bring you out to a live picture of a down transmitter. Right now, this is on 290 Northwest Houston. You can see some CenterPoint Energy crews working on restoring that power right now, but this is a large transmitter and another reason why power is out in several areas. I mean, I can imagine the people in that area are without. At this time, we're looking at still hundreds of thousands of people waiting to get power restored, and it's not just a matter of flipping a switch. Crews have to get out and fix these power lines that are down, and transmitters like that as well.
Okay, so we know power is out for a lot of you right now. Many of you may be using your cell phone to watch us on the Fox 26 app as we give you some more information about this. So here's the latest information we have right now. This is according to CenterPoint's outage tracker map. Currently, more than 700,000, I'm looking right now on their website, about 718,000 customers are still without power at this hour. Now, last night, though, that number had reached nearly 1 million, so clearly a lot of people are getting their power back. Meantime, though, Mayor Whitmire says it could be up to 48 hours before everything is back to normal. He is asking people to stay home inside if you are not an essential worker. Take a listen to that.
So if you're a non-essential worker, don't go to work tomorrow. I ask the business community to be considerate of their employees. There's no HISD school tomorrow. City employees, non-essential, stay at home, work at home. We had a storm with 100 miles per hour winds, the equivalent of Hurricane Ike.
So it could take 24 hours for much of the power to be restored to many customers. But for some people, it could take up to 48 hours. I know it's going to be frustrating to sit and wait for that to be restored, especially if you can't leave your house. But you're safer to stay at home than to be heading out in this mess on the streets for sure.
Agreed. All right, so both Houston airports are getting back on track this morning after the storm. According to FlightAware, more than 100 flights were canceled yesterday out of Bush because of the weather, with more than a dozen others out of Hobby. But so far this morning, flights do appear to be fairly on time. I'm seeing 20 delays out of Hobby and then about 12 cancellations out of Bush. So, of course, we'll continue to track that for you and keep you updated.
And of course, because of all of this, many school districts are canceled today for sure. This includes Houston ISD, which canceled yesterday, Cy-Fair, also Spring ISD, Spring Branch, A-Leaf and Klein, and select campuses in Katy ISD. Speaking of Katy ISD, it rescheduled its graduation ceremony for Poteau High School. That's rescheduled now for tomorrow at 9 a.m. at Legacy Stadium. We do have a full list of school closures at fox26houston.com, and all of this is scrolling for you right now at the bottom of your screen there as well.
A big thank you there to our Fox 26 Houston team. We have been checking in with them all throughout the morning to get their live coverage, live team coverage there with reporters that are essentially all over the area in Houston covering those storms. Do want to take you out to another breaking story that we are following. Scottie Scheffler, the #1 ranked player in the world and winner of the Masters last month, handcuffed and charged with felony assault of a police officer at Valhalla Golf Club after police say he refused to stop at the scene of a fatal accident at the course entrance there. Scheffler charged with felony assault of a police officer, criminal mischief, reckless driving, and disregarding signals from officers directing traffic. That is according to court records that were obtained by WDRB, the Fox station there in Louisville, Kentucky. They also posted this here. Amanda Roberts posting the booking photo for pro golfer Scotty Scheffler, saying that he was booked into Metro Corrections after refusing to stop at a traffic barricade trying to get into Valhalla. That traffic barricade was set up after a pedestrian was hit and killed by a shuttle bus. A lot to all of this here, so we will continue to follow it and bring you updates on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 9:12 on the East Coast and 6:12 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 9:14 on the East Coast, 6:14 on the West Coast. Do want to take you out to this live camera that we do have showing the Israel-Gaza border as we are following some developing news here out of the Middle East. A major barrage of about 75 rockets now fired toward northern Israel. This comes after Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon that reportedly killed 3 people. The Israel Defense Forces telling the Times of Israel that dozens of the rockets were intercepted there by the Iron Dome. We know that 2 people in northern Israel were injured in the attack, but we're waiting to learn more about the extent of the injuries there, and we're working to learn more details there about the attack itself. I do want to talk a little bit more about all of the developments out of the Middle East, so let's bring in Richard Goldberg, Senior Advisor at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
You bet.
All right, so first off, I do want to talk about this attack from Lebanon over to northern Israel, because a lot of people don't necessarily realize that while the war is going on in Gaza, you also have that constant back and forth going on between Israel and Hezbollah over in Lebanon.
Well, that's exactly right. If the war in Gaza was not going on, we would call this a war. It is a war going on Israel's northern border. And remember, Hezbollah is Iran's largest terrorist organization proxy, 10 times the threat that Hamas ever was. We're talking about an arsenal of 200,000 rockets, missiles, drones, and other capabilities, large special forces that sits very close to Israel's northern border, along with a much larger standing, for lack of a better term, army for a terrorist organization as well in southern Lebanon. And these are people who live in the communities that border Israel. And so we've been seeing rockets and missiles of different kinds raining down on Israel on almost a daily basis for months. All the towns along northern Israel, along the border of Lebanon, have been evacuated almost since October 7th. And so that's about 100,000 Israelis who are not living in their communities, families who are displaced throughout Israel. And it's unsustainable. This is a much bigger threat than Hamas ever was. And again, if we thought about October 7th and what Hamas was able to pull off, the Israelis are thinking about what Hezbollah might be thinking to do in the future. And so that is why they are very concerned about that threat and why this continues to escalate as Israel starts going after some of the senior leaders of Hezbollah who are operating inside southern Lebanon. And you see Hezbollah respond with these rocket barrages.
This is kind of a tough question to necessarily answer, and I've asked a lot of people about this, but why is it that you haven't seen Israel declare war on Hezbollah? Is it just kind of a matter of words? Does it really matter if you declare war or if you're fighting with them?
Well, there's a couple of things to unpack here. Number one, it's important to remember that since October 7th, Iran has been waging a multi-front campaign against Israel. So you have Hamas in Gaza, but you also have Hezbollah in Lebanon. You have militias in Iraq and Syria that are launching rockets and drones off and on. We've seen the Houthis in Yemen, obviously. We think mostly about their attacks on the Red Sea, but they've also launched ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones at Israel from Yemen. And then you have Iran itself, obviously, with its capabilities. And we saw the massive missile attack just a few weeks ago on Israel from Iran. And so we unpack that to say, okay, Israel doesn't want to have to fight multiple fronts at once if it doesn't have to. If it can try to hold off a major war in the north on its northern border of an enemy 10 times the size of Hamas, while it takes care of Hamas in Gaza, that's ideal from a military perspective. If it's forced into a major escalation, it will have to defend itself and its territory, but it's hoping to finish the job in Gaza first and then turn a greater attention to northern Israel. Now, here comes the hiccup. President Biden has opposed any Israeli escalation against Hezbollah since October 7th. He's been pulling them back. And so now you see the pressure coming for a ceasefire in Gaza prematurely before Israel has destroyed Hamas. Israelis are very concerned they're going to be pulled back from any attempt to degrade the Hezbollah threat on its northern border after a ceasefire in Gaza. And so Israel would remain surrounded by Iranian threats of very large proportions.
I want to talk more about Gaza and the humanitarian crisis as it has been called there. We know that the U.S. says now that that floating pier has been completed. So do we know how that is going to work as far as bringing aid into the area?
Yeah, we've seen the news today that the first trucks have started rolling off the pier, delivering aid into Gaza. This is a controversial effort because there is a lot of aid that already gets into Gaza through various corridors. Israel has opened additional corridors over the last several weeks, really pulling into question whether or not they need this floating pier. There's also a question of sustainability of the pier. It's $320 million to build, but it's temporary. It's not a permanent structure. It's meant to be temporary. Supposed to last about 90 days before the U.S. military would have to do serious maintenance on it. And that $320 million doesn't cover the cost of the actual shipping of the goods. So there are other projects going on of looking at ways to get aid into Gaza. But remember, the question really hasn't been for months about how much aid gets into Gaza. There is a lot of aid going into Gaza. The question has been, when you get it into Gaza, can you get it into the people's hands? Can you distribute the aid? Is Hamas disrupting that effort? Is a UN organization called UNRWA that affiliates with Hamas and collaborates with them blocking that effort? Is there a civil society that can be established to help distribute aid? Those are more important questions than how the aid's getting in, because Gaza is really awash with aid. It's about distribution.
And we do want to talk also about the U.S. House, because they passed a bill that essentially prevents Biden from withholding weapons to Israel. It's been hotly contested because essentially now it goes to the Senate, where it's likely not to pass. However, if it does make it to Biden's desk, he has said that he will veto it. If that does happen, does that put an even larger strain on the relationship between the U.S. and Israel?
Well, I think right now what we're seeing is Congress asserting its prerogative. Remember, Congress holds the purse strings. And for many years, including just a few weeks ago at President Biden's request, Congress has appropriated billions of dollars to support our ally, to make sure that Israel has the tools, the weapons it needs to defend itself in a multi-front confrontation like it finds itself in today. And the idea that the executive would try to withhold that military assistance that was approved by Congress to try to pressure Israel into a premature ceasefire, perhaps for the White House's own political gains, is quite rightfully so, quite controversial. And so the House passing this bill, I think, sends an important message. Now it's up to Senator Schumer if he's going to give it floor time for a vote. It's unlikely to happen given White House opposition. I think Senate Republicans will mount some sort of campaign to try to force a vote. Unclear if they'll be successful. But a message has been sent on a bipartisan basis, 16 Democrats joining with the House majority, saying, no, we don't believe that you should withhold this assistance from Israel. This is not the way to treat a democratic ally in the middle of a war.
A two-part question here. Why is the Rafah offensive so important to Israel overall, talking about that full-scale operation, and why is the U.S. so opposed to it?
Well, in general, the latter part is easier to understand. The United States at this point, at least from the Biden administration's perspective, wants everything to end, to pause. They want to focus on their reelection effort. They feel that the encampments on college campuses, frankly, the encampment that exists inside their own administration with people who are resigning and protesting the way you see on a college campus, they think that that will quiet down if they can force Israel into a premature ceasefire in Gaza. That will then lead to some sort of premature ceasefire with Hezbollah, and the Houthis will stop raining rockets into the Red Sea, et cetera. That this is all hinges on Israel halting all military operations to destroy Hamas. So Rafah is simply the big symbol now that the far left has sort of held up as, almost the Alamo for Hamas, that this can't go on, you can't destroy Hamas. Now for Israel, Rafah is very strategically important because it is the southernmost city in Gaza. It borders Egypt. It is the area where tunnels exist to smuggle weapons into Hamas, or perhaps smuggle people out of Gaza into Egypt. And if they can hold that Rafah crossing and start moving forward, both from the south and again from central Gaza, to collapse on the tunnel system that exists between Rafah and the other large city in southern Gaza called Khan Yunis, you can finally start sieging the leaders of Hamas that are in those tunnels with the hostages. Yahya Sinwar believed to be hiding out in those tunnels somewhere between Khan Yunis and Rafah. So from a strategic perspective, to finally gain control of Gaza, to dismantle Hamas's command and control and give people in Gaza the confidence to come out of the shadows and take responsibility for their communities because they don't fear Hamas's return, Rafah becomes a very important objective.
I want to get your take on some comments that were made at an Arab summit. This was by the Palestinian Authority president. He essentially said to everyone there that October 7th, the attack by Hamas on Israel that killed some 1,200 people, that essentially it gave Israel an excuse, so to speak, to attack the Gaza Strip. What do you make of that statement?
Well, it's one more in a litany of horrific statements that we've seen come out of some Arab countries over the last several months. We've seen accusations of genocide, which obviously are not based in any reality. And now we have this accusation here. Let's be very clear. As President Biden himself has said, and all of his senior advisors have said, there was a ceasefire on October 6th. It was Hamas that attacked Israel on October 7th. So the idea that there's some sort of pretext here to carry out a massive operation the way that Israel has done, to mobilize the reserves in a way that impacts your economy, that takes people out of the workforce, nobody would seek to have this kind of military confrontation unless it was a battle for the survival of your own country. And so let's be very just understanding of what happened on October 7th, why Israel is engaged in these operations against Hamas, why Israel believes Hamas cannot be allowed to exist in the way it existed prior to October 7th going forward, and why the threats from groups like Hezbollah pose such an existential danger to Israel as well in the context post-October 7th.
My final question for you, do want to talk about the ceasefire hostage release deal. The discussions, of course, are pretty much ongoing and have been for months now. Does it appear that we are any closer to any kind of deal that would lead to the release of some of the remaining hostages, if not all of them, in the next few weeks, months? Are we any closer than we were weeks ago?
I think we're closer in that Israel has begun the Rafah operation and is not yielding to the international pressure to halt that operation. It continues to expand incrementally. And so long as Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas there in the tunnels, starts believing that Israel will not bend to the pressure of the United States or the United Nations or others, and will continue on its military campaign to surround him, collapse around him, and try to, in fact, kill him, he will want to survive, and he will want Hamas to survive. So once he believes he's at the 11th hour, that's when you might see something come forward more credibly from Hamas for a ceasefire proposal. So long as they believe that the United States and other actors will do their work for them, there's no hope for a ceasefire.
All right. Richard Goldberg, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
No, that's it. I just point out to folks, we do get very, very, very focused on one neighborhood in Gaza, where we zoom out a little bit to take a look at northern Israel and Lebanon. And I think we just can't afford to distract ourselves from the main event that's going on inside of Iran, that's continuing to race forward on its nuclear program. We see a lot of nuclear saber rattling right now from the Iranians. We should take that seriously. They crossed the Rubicon and launched a ballistic missile attack against Israel for the first time in history. We should take seriously the threat that they will cross the Rubicon and develop nuclear weapons as well.
All right, Richard, thank you again for being here with us. We appreciate it.
You bet.
All right, everybody, the time now 9:28 over on the East Coast and 6:28 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and if you've been with us throughout the morning, you know there's a lot of breaking news to go around here. So we are going to head to a quick break, but on the other side, a lot more to get to. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:31 on the East Coast and 6:31 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Do want to take you out to a breaking story that we have been following out of L.A. That is where a high-speed pursuit ended in a crash involving a police cruiser. We know there's been at least one injury, and Gigi Graciette with our Fox 11 L.A. team posting this on X or Twitter with a photo of the suspect saying this is the pursuit suspect who for 45 minutes led LAPD in a pursuit, slamming her van into patrol cars multiple times, causing at least one officer to crash and then crashing head-on into innocent drivers on the 405 freeway. It looks like our Fox 11 LA team is continuing their live coverage here, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Or they presented less than lethal. I don't even think they actually ever deployed it. The driver out of the vehicle, grandstanding on the van, on that big semi-truck. But in the end, officers talked her off of the vehicle and took her into custody. What this was all about, well, that's going to be sorted out later on. But what happened, it was tragic for so many people out here on the 405 freeway. I'm happy. I'm very happy that there were only minor injuries. I'm sure a lot of these folks are going to be talking about this for a very long time, especially the ones that saw that van on the freeway, the near misses. Some of those vehicles, you know how it is. You're on the 405, light traffic. You might be going a little faster than freeway speeds, and here's a van going the wrong direction on the freeway. It must have been very hair-raising. Right now, one lane is open, the 405 freeway northbound. Oh, it's going to be a tough drive all the way out, backed up all the way out to the 105, but it's what it is to this morning. Back to you guys.
Thank you for the recap, Stu. Yeah, what a morning. And then now we have Coco McAvoy, who just arrived there on the ground on the scene. Coco, what can you tell us?
Yes, good morning to both of you. I mean, you can tell by the scene that this is a very violent end to this pursuit that started at around 4 a.m. this morning in Venice. This is a man's car named Rudolph. You heard from him earlier this morning. You can see that his car is destroyed following the crash that happened on the 405 this morning. And I'm also joined live here with Rudolph. Now, you have to understand that he has been through a lot this morning, so it's very nice that he's even speaking with us. But Rudolph, for starters, as we were talking, you know, how are you feeling? How are you doing after all this?
Well, only this again, so I'm good. It could always be worse, so I look on the bright side, you know, so I don't have no complaint right now.
Obviously a very positive attitude. Like you said, it could have been a lot worse. If you can describe what you possibly remember of what happened when the crash happened. Do you remember seeing the driver or?
Well, the driver get up and get on the van. I don't know who it was, but when I look, it's a girl. So I couldn't come out my vehicle, so I can't tell you exactly what she do or what she, you know. But my thing, the police shouldn't stop me like this, the way I look on it, you know. But it don't happen, so I can, like I say, it could have been worse. Yeah, so
but you were,
I'm blessed.
Absolutely, because you were saying you couldn't get out of the vehicle. Did you have to wait for police or other people to help you?
Yeah, the police, the police moved the glass from out the way, so.
Oh my goodness! And when you finally got out, you're obviously walking and such. What were your thoughts seeing everything that unfolded? All these vehicles involved in this.
Man. Like I say, everybody walking, so today is a good day.
Thank you so much, Rudolph. I'm so glad you're okay. As Rudolph said, he's in good spirits because he is walking. He does have some blood, as you can see, but he is doing okay for the most part. Obviously, a very traumatic incident to happen. He was telling me that he was headed to Santa Clarita here this morning when all of this unfolded. And as we continue walking, I mean, you can just see the aftermath here on the ground, all of the damage following this pursuit crash. Again, as Stu was telling us, this happened happened at around 4 o'clock this morning. We know that police officers were in pursuit of this woman who was driving the van, and then she did crash into a police cruiser. We know that 2 police officers were transported to the hospital. They are expected to be okay, and obviously several other vehicles involved in this pursuit crash as well. And the good news is that so far everyone is expected to be okay, along with Rudolph, who you just heard from here this morning. But this is an active and breaking scene. I can tell you that they have opened the on-ramp now again here at the 405 and Wilshire, because that was shut down. However, traffic is still obviously moving slowly because of this really horrific crash that we're seeing right here on the freeway. I'll send it back to you.
I am blown away by the fact that this man who was hit head on so violently, so early in the morning like that, how he saying that he's blessed, saying that he knows that it could have ended a lot worse for him. That is unbelievable to me.
It is unbelievable, and when you look in his eyes, you can see that they are teary. So obviously he's thinking about the fact that this could have been so much worse for him. And when you look at his car and you see all of the damage, I mean, that's a car that looks like it was in a very, very bad crash that could have resulted in much more serious injury or possibly even death. So like Rudolph was saying, the fact that he's walking, he just keeps saying that he's blessed and that this could have been a lot worse. I mean, he was trapped in his vehicle.
Right.
Yeah.
And just his positive outlook, and it's really remarkable and extraordinary. Coco, thank you very much. I mean, I think sometimes in situations like this, folks get a little bit of that residual survivor's guilt, you know, and really question, how is it that I was able to survive something just so horrible and catastrophic?
Yeah, but when you see it, like, you know, looking from the ground, all those cars, how mangled they are, you really get a sense of how violent this crash really was.
His car spun around, so to see him in the condition that he's in is astonishing. Because if you just look at the video, you would think
He's not thinking about the cars. He's not thinking about his property. He's thinking about his life.
That's right.
And he's thinking about his well-being and how, you know, how he was able to walk out of this relatively unscathed. And that is something else when you look at how violent this crash and this pursuit really was. All right, Maria.
Yeah. That was crazy.
What a day.
What a morning. What a morning already. I know, right?
What a morning. That is how I would describe it. I agree with them. 9:38 on the East Coast, 6:38 on the West Coast. I do appreciate our Fox 11 LA team, Fox 26 Houston team, and really all of our Fox affiliates across the country. We're able to kind of tune into their programming and get their local reporting on huge stories like we're seeing here. A lot of breaking stories and a lot of developments. Do want to head to a quick break, but a lot more coverage to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Josh Breslow, and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. If you have been watching us all throughout the morning, you know it has been a very active morning, and we are getting some new video coming in courtesy Jeff Darlington with ESPN via Fox here. This is Scottie Scheffler, the #1 ranked player in the world and winner of the Masters last month, handcuffed and charged with felony assault of a police officer at Valhalla Golf Club in Louisville after allegedly refusing to stop at the scene of a fatal crash at the entrance to the court. Scheffler was charged with felony assault of a police officer, criminal mischief, reckless driving, and disregarding signals from officers directing traffic. That is according to court records obtained by WDRB, the Fox station there over in Louisville. Now, we are told that he was deemed a, quote, low risk and released on his own recognizance, ordered not to have any contact with the alleged victim or complaining witness. Scheffler is scheduled to go to court there on May 21st, so that is in about a week or so. The start of the tournament Friday was delayed 1 hour after a pedestrian was hit and killed by a shuttle bus that was traveling east over on Shelbyville Road outside the entrance to the club. That was around 5 a.m. local time. The bus operating in its dedicated lane traveling east. Now, all shuttles have been suspended, and Shelbyville Road was closed for an investigation of the accident. Attorney Steve Romines, who is representing Scheffler, said one police officer directed Scheffler to go around and into the facility, but the arresting officer was unaware and stopped the golfer. Romines said, quote, he was trying to get into the facility where he was arrested. Scottie didn't know what was going on. He said Scheffler pulled over and was then taken into custody. He added that, quote, there are eyewitnesses that he did nothing wrong. We are told that Scheffler will play in the rest of the tournament here. Now, a source does tell WDRB that Scheffler, arriving at the course for his scheduled tee time, refused to stop when ordered to do so by a police officer. He then continued to drive, and the officer suffered minor injuries. Scheffler was detained there. His attorney, though, says, quote, that is false. Now, again, you are looking at some of the new video that has come into our newsroom here. This is courtesy Jeff Darlington of ESPN and was given to Fox News. Scottie Scheffler, the #1 ranked player in the world and winner of the Masters last month, charged with felony assault of a police officer at Valhalla Golf Club that is over in Louisville. As we get more details on all of this, we'll make sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour here, but on the other side, we'll head out over to Houston, where we've seen severe weather and unfortunately 4 deaths reported there. That's coming up in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:46 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:46 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories, breaking news, and live events from across the country and the world. What you're looking at on your screen right now is some of the video coming in from our Fox 26 Houston team showing downtown Houston. You can see all of that damage left behind as powerful storms move through the area, causing all of that damage and killing at least 4 people. Now, we've also been checking in with our Fox Weather team out there as well. Katie Byrne is on the ground in downtown Houston, joining us live with a look at conditions there. And Katie, I can definitely see that debris right there behind you.
Yeah, Josh, there is a lot of debris all over the place. In terms of wind strengths, it's essentially like a Category 1 hurricane tore through one of the country's largest cities here in Houston and then stayed on the ground for about 30 minutes. And that's what caused all of this damage. When you take a look at the downtown area where we're standing, you're going to see a number of buildings with windows completely blown out. We know from the 2 airports in Houston that they picked up wind gusts right around 100 miles per hour, and obviously these buildings are even higher than that. So it's likely as you get higher, those wind gusts were even stronger than that when this all happened last night around dinner time. Now this morning, officials are urging people to stay away from here because you can see there's tons of damage on the street still, blinds that flew out of some of those office buildings and where those rooms were, where those windows were blown out. We also know that tragically 4 people lost their lives because of this. Officials say 2 of them were killed after trees fell down. 1 person was killed in a crane accident. We're still working to learn what happened to that 4th victim. But I can tell you, as we've been catching up with people this morning, it really is a wild sight to see. Many folks stayed in some of the hotels right around here. Some of the hotels were among the damaged buildings, and they're looking around at this damage today, feeling grateful for their lives.
I just feel very lucky because there were buildings 1 block over that were pretty well damaged, and I saw floors. I was on the 5th floor. I saw windows knocked out about that same level, so I thought I just feel very lucky. Yes, such scary moments for people. I've been hearing stories that strangers gathered in hotel lobbies and stairwells and made friends with people they'd never met before, riding this whole thing out, because it happened right around dinner time, around 6:30 our time here in Central Time. So that's when all of this went down. Some people were going out downtown getting a bite to eat. Others were at their hotels. Others were heading home from work for the night. And then all of these people had to look for cover, and many of them found themselves in closets, in bathtubs, or taking cover in their office buildings, and then coming to find that their windows were completely blown out. Josh, such scary moments for so many people.
Definitely. Katie Byrne there with Fox Weather. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it. And don't forget to download the Fox Weather app. Just head over to the App Store, Google Play Store, type in Fox Weather and hit that download button. It does have alerts that go right to your phone when there's a watch, a warning, really any kind of weather alert that you need to know about. It goes right there onto your phone. It also has a pretty cool radar that you can use to track storm systems just like this one. Remember, you can watch Fox Weather everywhere that you watch Live Now from Fox. All right, I do want to talk a little bit more about the storms overall. We have been checking in with our Fox 26 Houston team as well as Fox Weather, and I do want to dip into their newscast here as they do have reporters that are live all across the area.
All right, I'm happy to say everything's quiet out there right now. We don't have any thunderstorms nearby. Good news there. And the temperatures are pleasant. About 67 in the Woodlands, about 70 in Missouri City, and about 72 down there on Galveston Island. So good news there. Now, we do have some rain that's approaching again from the southwest. Really, really light stuff. That's, of course, on the heels of yesterday's extreme winds, but also about 4 to 5 inches of rain that fell again around Lake Livingston and over to around Huntsville. We do have the power outage tracker here on our system, still showing about 650,000 Harris County residents without electricity, and about 32,000 in Montgomery County, 10,000 in Waller County. Now that's an issue because beginning tomorrow, we're heading back into the low 90s, and we're going to stay there for a while. So hopefully we can get that electricity restored as soon as possible. I did want to show you down here to our south, there have been some thunderstorms. They're weakening as they get closer to us. Our atmosphere is kind of stable right now. There's a cap in place, but that's not to say we couldn't see some isolated storms by midday or heading into the afternoon hours. So for the Woodlands, look for high temperatures here in the upper 70s, maybe 80 degrees. Showers and thunderstorms are possible for Jersey Village. I know you guys were walloped by high winds yesterday. Today, a chance for isolated thunderstorms and probably some scattered showers, and then the same for Deer Park. Isolated showers midday, and then a chance for some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Boy, speaking of thunderstorms, the way it rolled in here yesterday, this is a time-lapse view of what it looked like right on the Southwest Freeway in front of our studios. Everything went from 0 to 60 in no time, with high winds coming in along with very, very heavy rain. All those folks trying to make their way. Look how see those headlights, how it all slowed down. Folks trying to make their way home from downtown outbound were hit by all of this. And in fact, you can see some of them just gave up and pulled over there on the left-hand side of the freeway. So that was obviously something that a lot of people dealt with. And just a reminder to everybody, you know, on days like yesterday when we had our Fox 26 Storm Alert Day, try to check your Fox 26 weather app or check in with us online before you leave work, before you leave school, because, you know, when you get stuck in weather like that, it can be pretty dangerous.
Just so scary to see. I mean, we're seeing the aftermath this morning. I was telling you, I saw the trees down on the way to the studio, but just people who were in the middle of that.
Yeah.
I don't know how y'all made it.
And today, you know, there's a lot of, like the mayor said, a lot of traffic signals are out. So, you know, you need to always treat those as four-way stops and know that you got to watch out for the other guy, right? Because they're not always going to play by the rules. So, yeah, just please, you know, keep your head on a swivel. Be careful out there.
You never know what everybody else is going to do, for sure. I imagine how frustrating it would be to be stuck on the Southwest Freeway at 5 p.m. You're already stuck usually on the freeway as it is, right? In that weather.
In that way, oh my goodness. Well, we are so glad that so many of you are okay this morning, and thank you, Mike, for that update. But you know, as he's been saying, like, we had these wind speeds so high, like 100 miles per hour. So this was like hurricane-like winds ripping through downtown, causing severe damage last night.
Major damage in downtown. Nate Griffin is live at a local nightclub that really bared the brunt of that damage. Nate, you've been there all morning long. I know now that the sun is rising. Can you really even see much more, how much more damage this is?
Pretty horrific scene here in downtown Houston, and of course you're taking a look at the Conejo Malo. This was a bar, defaced on the south side of it as you head north towards Dallas, but we're right not too far from University of Houston downtown. This is where the actual damage took place, and you can see what happened to the gate there. Because of the force of the bricks from the building, the gate is bent, completely destroyed here, and that's what happened here. Bricks like this, debris like this in the road, and that's why Mayor John Whitmire is asking Houstonians to stay home, don't come downtown if you don't have to, because of the debris that or realized.
I mean, we were just make sure the dog was not freaking out or anything, but he was more concentrating on the food that was getting cooked. So he's usually scared of thunderstorms, but he was ready to eat.
Did you keep cooking, or what did you do?
Yeah, we kept cooking and just stayed away from the windows. We're on the 3rd story, so we weren't worried about flooding.
And with that, of course, several streets are blocked. You see some barricades here. You see the barricades there as well. And a lot of debris on the ground that has to be cleaned up, which is what Mayor John Whitmire was referring to. In fact, there's a tree branch in the middle of this street here. You see the water flowing there. So that kind of gives you an idea of why he's asking Houstonians not to come into downtown. There are some coming into downtown, obviously, where they can go to work, but that's pretty much the gist of it here, guys. We're in downtown Houston. Nate Griffin, Fox 26 Morning News.
You see so much of that blocked off anyway. Good to avoid.
Yeah, just avoid downtown if you can, for sure. And as you just heard Nate say there is still a massive amount of damage just throughout the Houston area. Glass is everywhere, debris is everywhere. especially because a lot of this glass blew out from the city's high rises. This video you're looking at, this was posted to X. It shows part of the roof at the Hyatt Regency there downtown blown out with rain and debris just pouring into the lobby there. Insane to see.
Okay, and then as if there was not enough going on, you're getting a look at video out of Cyprus of a shed fire. You can see those flames raging.
All right, so that was our Fox 26 Houston team. They have had this live team coverage all throughout the morning, and we have been checking in with them on and off. But if you are just joining us here, as we approach the top of the hour, I do want to go over some of the basics. We're waiting for their team coverage here to begin again at the top of the hour, and we'll bring you some of those live reports. But Houston Mayor John Whitmire speaking during a news conference and confirming that 4 people have died as a result of this severe weather. There's also extensive damage there on the ground. During that news conference, officials confirmed 2 of the people killed died when they were hit by fallen trees, and another was due to a crane accident of some kind on the east end of the city. City and county officials urging drivers to stay off the road today and possibly even tomorrow so emergency crews to get to all the different areas here safely. Whitmire urging all non-essential employees to stay home and work from home today, as Houston ISD canceled classes for Friday, and so did many other districts in the area. Whitmire said the city is currently getting assistance from the state of Texas, saying that it's all hands on deck as of right now. Whitmire told Fox 26 Houston in an interview that there were people at Minute Maid Park for the Astros game at the time and at the Toyota Center, and they were being asked to turn around, do not go through downtown due to debris in the area. Traffic lights were out there. It looks like they're possibly back in some spots, but we know that there are still extensive power outages surrounding that area. Harris County Judge Lina Hidalgo also released a statement late last night saying, quote, "I know that many people lived through and are still living through scary situations with the terrible strong winds that blew across our county tonight. What we know so far is that at least 4 people are reported dead. There are widespread power outages and infrastructure damage to the power grid, as well as significant property damage. Our Harris County precincts and engineering department working overnight to clear as much roadway debris as possible in partnership with our cities. Damage assessments are ongoing, and we cannot know how long it will take to clear debris without those assessments complete. But from initial reports, the debris looks very significant. In terms of widespread power outages, I've spoken with senior officials from CenterPoint, and they will assess damage overnight and into tomorrow. Does look like our Fox team is on this right now, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
In fact, widespread traffic troubles as city officials work to restore power and remove down tree limbs from roadways, something you got to look out for.
For sure, and as you can imagine, a lot of school districts are closed this morning as the city continues its recovery efforts. Keep it right here on air, and again, if you don't have power, you may be watching this right here on the mobile app as well. We've got you covered. We're going to have a look at the damage throughout the morning from the hardest hit areas and information to keep you safe. Let's begin here, though, with meteorologist Allison Gargaro. You have been busy. All of you all from our weather team have been busy really keeping us safe.
Yeah, it really has been such a busy last 12 to really 18 hours. So I want to take you out to the power outages now. And we're seeing it widespread across the viewing area, but Harris County shaded in purple because they have more than 650,000 people without power. So here's a look at the loop of the radar from yesterday. Between about 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. we saw this very strong line of storms, and it was really the winds that we were keeping a close eye out for. Those tornado warnings, one after the other, basically along 290 into the Houston Heights and then on the east side of town. But I want to take you into some of our radar indicated wind gust speeds, upwards of 95, nearly 100 miles per hour. Now that's radar indicated, so a little bit higher in the atmosphere. But the thing is, we did have reports actually from weather stations showing upwards of 75 to nearly 80 mile per hour wind gusts. And the thing is, we could be seeing a few more isolated thunderstorms moving in a little bit later today. So it's important, don't let your guard down. Now, we have been monitoring a few severe thunderstorm warnings making their way out of San Antonio and along the coastal zones. But the thing is, by the time they make its way to us, at least close to Houston, these storms are decreasing in intensity. So right now, maybe a few showers out toward Prairie View, Belleville, and even Needville, and nothing through Houston yet. But something to keep in mind, people are trying to clean up their property, out and about helping loved ones. It's going to be downright hot this weekend, 92 degrees likely Saturday, Sunday, and then continuing throughout most of the week. So we'll have more details on what you can expect in your neighborhood coming up in just a little bit.
The main damage that we've experienced is northwest through the heights. You can almost see the path that it followed through downtown and really hit the east end hard.
So that was Houston Mayor there, John Whitmire, on just how widespread the damage is across many parts of our area. The severe weather right now is being blamed for at least, unfortunately, 4 deaths here in the area.
Yeah, so we have team coverage from the hardest hit areas. Denise Middleton is checking out the aftermath in the East End, where 2 of those deaths were reported.
Yeah, Nate Griffin is live from downtown, as well as Shelby Rose, where officials are literally picking up the pieces this morning after hurricane-like winds blew glass and even a brick wall from a building there. Let's begin with Shelby here this morning. Shelby, what are you seeing? Good morning to you.
Good morning. Yes, it is still pretty much the same as it's been all morning. Glass just absolutely riddling this intersection of downtown. We're at Dallas and Louisiana. I mean, you guys can just see what we're looking at. This is all of the glass from so many skyscrapers in the area. This is the CenterPoint Energy building that we're looking at right now. And this is a look at just how much damage this building alone sustained. So many windows blown out, blinds just mangled there, hanging out. We've seen insulation falling, wood panels falling, and it's not just what we're looking at on the ground here and up in the sky. There is actually a huge safety concern, especially with the people from CenterPoint. We just spoke with one of their workers over there, and he's trying to get people off the sidewalks and away from that building specifically because they're still having glass falling. And so it's definitely something to be concerned about, especially if you have to be downtown. So heed those warnings from officials to not be out if you don't have to be. We don't want to have another tragic situation on our hands. But, this storm was rolling through just as so many things were happening downtown. I mean, businesses were just closing up shop. People were enjoying nice dinners. Even the Astros game was just about to begin. We actually spoke with one woman who was inside the ballpark as this blew through, looking up at those glass walls above the outfield.
And you could see where the train tracks are for the train inside of the stadium. You couldn't see out those windows. It was just the intensity of the rain was so fierce. And then all of a sudden you started seeing buildings again. So you knew that kind of the worst of it had passed. But it was still kind of mind-blowing.
But of course, this is not the only area in downtown Houston that is dealing with all of this. We have Nate Griffin over in another part of downtown with a look at the damage there. Nate?
All right, thank you, Shelby. We're right here at Polk in Louisiana, and of course, we were understanding that the windows here at the Russo's New York Pizzeria were actually broken. We can show you evidence of that broken glass. You can look over here by the garbage can. They've probably replaced a lot of it, no question. And then there's another pane here that was either taken out or they're going to use a little bit later. But we can also see the damage across the street. Again, Smith and Polk, and you can see the blown down trees. The city of Houston right now trying to cut those trees, get them off the street, and make sure that people can begin their normal life here. But basically what happens is that the mayor has asked people to stay out of the city so that they can clean up, and you can see that the cleanup efforts are definitely underway. Some of that area over there still taped off, as we can see, but a lot of damage down here downtown, a little bit of it being cleaned up, as we can see. And right now, that's where we stand, guys. We're live in downtown Houston. Nate Griffin, Fox 26 Morning News.
All right. Again, the message from Houston's mayor this morning is stay home if you don't have to be out and about. Don't go to work, especially if you work downtown.
Care about their neighbors, their families, and yes, the business community in downtown Houston ought to take in consideration the dangers and let their employees work from home.
So at last check, more than 700,000 customers are still without power at this hour. Here's a look from CenterPoint Energy's outage map. And it seems like, honestly, the number has slightly gone up because we've been checking all morning, going back and forth. It was about 718,000. Now we're talking more than 720,000 customers. Though I can tell you at one point, we were talking about over 1 million customers left in the dark. So that is the good news here. Majority of those are inside the Beltway and on the northwest side. The mayor says it really could be a while before everyone's power is restored. And acting Houston Police Chief Larry Satterwhite says there will be extra patrol officers out to prevent any crime against businesses.
This is a partnership or a request for you and the public to help us by honoring what the mayor's request is, staying home. And just also for those of you that have businesses that you feel like possibly were damaged or something like that, and you're concerned about the security around that, we have extra patrols out there. We're going to be patrolling shopping centers. We're going to be patrolling dark areas of Houston. We're going to be patrolling things like pawn shops and anything else. We're out there, so take that assurance. Take care of your family.
So, of course, as the traffic is out, then that impacts the traffic signals. Many signals are not working. So if you find yourself pulling up to one, look at this that we put together here for you, this graphic here. Just treat this four-way stop. Treat this like a four-way stop. Always yield to the right. Traffic, straight traffic takes the right of way, overturning traffic there, and right turns take the right of way over left turns as well. Just make sure you are monitoring everybody, because you never know what anybody is going to do until you're watching their vehicle. So not everybody is always used to treating four-way stops like this. Just make sure you watch closely, because, yeah, during this time, a lot of people get injured in the aftermath of the storms, for sure.
Right. Okay. So don't be in too much of a hurry. Now, of course, with all these outages, we've got more than a dozen school districts canceling classes in our area. So this is just a few of those closures, which include Houston ISD, Cy-Fair, also Spring ISD, Spring Branch, A-Leaf, Klein, and select campuses in Katy ISD. We've got the full list of school closures on our website over at fox26houston.com. And in Katy ISD, also rescheduling the graduation ceremony of the students of Patao High School. So the ceremony was originally set for last night, but it is now scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. at Legacy Stadium. And in response to widespread power outages and weather damage, Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez says the Harris County District Courts have decided to reset or cancel their dockets today. The sheriff says court proceedings in these specific courts will be rescheduled to a later date and will not affect the dockets on Monday. So ancillary, warrant, and detention court, they will remain operational. You can check with your specific court for any questions or concerns.
We also have some breaking news out of Galveston and off-duty.
Okay, we've been following live team coverage in Houston with at least 4 people killed overnight as powerful storms pummeled downtown Houston and left areas east of downtown still with heavy rain after heavy flooding previously. Live now from Fox, taking a quick break. A lot to tell you about this morning. 10:09 on the East Coast. It is 7:09 out west. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, covering breaking news from coast to coast and around the world. I'm Keith Landry at 10:11 on the East Coast on your Friday morning, 7:12 now out west. We've been following a lot of coverage of the storms that killed 4 folks in Houston overnight. Right now we're going to the nation's capital where the 2024 Washington NATO Summit is underway. Let's take you over there now and we'll listen in together.
Brigades were the typical unit of employment. They tended to be very far away, not on our turf, but on ground that changed with each mission. And of course, we engaged in those missions on our terms, on our timelines. So they were small, varied, and were done on a predictable schedule. And we optimized for that. The alliance optimized for that, and nations individually optimized for that. Our force structure, we shifted our processes, our procedures, our very expectations. Most importantly, we developed cyclical processes to generate forces. This gave us the opportunity to collect the famous peace dividend that we had all expected after the Cold War. If the only unit that needs to be truly ready is the unit that is deployed, and if its deployment is predictable and scheduled, and we don't require forces above that echelon, say the brigade level, then we can find many, many economies in our military forces, and we did. Troops at echelons above brigade, we cut. Readiness in non-deployed units, we lowered. Fighting headquarters, logistics, air and missile defense. We built small, highly expert militaries that didn't expect to face a peer and had little force in reserve. All that has changed. The war we see in Ukraine could not be more different. This war is about hard power, and it is about scale. It is huge. Dozens of thousands dead, hundreds of thousands wounded, thousands of tanks lost, thousands of tanks lost. It is about big units, divisions, corps, air armies, fleets, and it is happening all the time, 24/7, no respite for more than 2 years. It could not be more different than what we had been preparing to do. So the alliance recognized that. At Madrid in June of 2022, nations instructed SACEUR to revitalize our ability to conduct collective defense. After 2008, Georgia, we had already had an agreed strategic approach to deter and defend in the Euro-Atlantic area. We had a document, we had a strategic approach. We called it the Deterrence and Defense of the Euro-Atlantic Area, DDA. So at Madrid in 2022, after the invasion of Ukraine, or the second invasion of Ukraine, SACEUR, in this case Todd Walters, was instructed by heads of state and government to immediately implement that strategic approach, to immediately implement DDA. Easy to say, hard to do. DDA's basic premise is that we posture NATO forces and authorize them to operate functionally and geographically to deny our adversaries any advantage they might seek in geography, readiness, or domain. And this, of course, has required a wholesale modernization of our collective defense system because we had previously been optimized for a very different task. So the first thing we've done is to write plans. Plans. The last general defense plan that the alliance politically authorized was the GDP of 1989. Since these were refreshed on 5-year cycles, in 1994, the alliance, reasonably enough, allowed the GDP to expire. So we need to recognize this. For the first time in 30 years, heads of state and government of our alliance said we need a plan for our common defense. This is fundamental. It is having huge consequences. So NATO wrote those plans in very short order, 18 months from beginning to their approval. In fact, if I could observe this, the development and approval of these plans, which involved multiple NATO headquarters, 30 and then 32 nations and their militaries and their national defense plans and their sovereignty. With all of these political and military complexities, it has been the single most impressive collective military feat I have seen to get these things done. And the fact that there was not a single military objection in the approval process is an indicator of the great cohesion, the great unity we find politically in the alliance today. So those plans are in place now. They're classical defense plans, geographically specific descriptions of how, where, and with what we will defend every inch of this alliance. And so they're the basis of all of our transformation. First, they give us a force structure requirement. For the first time in almost 4 decades, the alliance has an objective, militarily sound, plans-based description of the forces that we require. This requirement will guide nations' defense spending. So over the years since Wales, I've often been asked, isn't 2% just an arbitrary figure? Well, now I can say there are specific things we need you to build, specific things we need you to buy, specific levels of readiness we need you to maintain. And I think you will find that 2% is certainly not a ceiling, but a floor. What we have finally done is to find and develop and agree on a blueprint for burden sharing, a blueprint that establishes how much nations will need to provide. Second, the new plans give us a map for different delegations of authority for operational decision-making. For years, during the years of luxurious optionality provided by out-of-area operations, nations withheld many basic military authorities to the political level. Such things as movement of troops from staging area to operational areas, that sort of thing. That no longer works. In order to be able to act and react at the speed of relevance, SACEUR requires basic military authorities. These are working their way through the new modernized alert system, and I'm happy to say they're on the verge of being approved in Brussels today. Third, our systems of command and control needed to change too. They had been optimized for crisis management. They were focused on cyclical deployments to distant regions instead of concentrating on a specific piece of geography. We had taken apart the structures needed for high-end warfare, structures at the echelons above brigade level, core artillery, aviation brigades, large-scale logistics, and so forth. And we had dissociated core headquarters from their subordinate tactical units. It all made sense for our missions at the time, rotations, but it's unsuitable for large-scale territorial defense. So for DDA, we needed headquarters to intimately understand the terrain, know the populations, appreciate the particular adversary across the border. So we're in the process now of designing specific geographic areas, of assigning specific geographic areas to each corps headquarters and to maritime headquarters. And we're matching divisions and brigades to the corps, which allows them to exercise and rehearse together. Now, each headquarters will be able to know exactly what terrain it's required to defend, with what tactical units, and can prepare accordingly. Finally, we have begun to rigorously test our plans through a revamped exercise program. Just last month, we had a theater-wide rehearsal of concept exercise at SHAPE, in which every commander in Allied Command operations, from 2 stars up to 4 stars, walked across an enormous map on the floor of their gymnasium and described blow by blow the actions his command would take in executing all of the regional plans. And right now we're in the middle of Steadfast Defender 2024, a theater-wide live exercise that is the largest live exercise we have done since 1989. Over 90,000 troops participating, hundreds of air and maritime assets. And we will continue to train like this. We're taking every opportunity to rehearse and refine our plans and to deliver the right amount of deterrence required at any given time in any given place. This modernization of NATO's collective defense will not be realized immediately. It will require relentless focus and determination from across NATO and in all member nations. And it will require non-military adjustment as well, such as in our defense industrial base, which will be such an important part of reestablishing and developing our deterrence. It will be difficult, but we are well on our way. The adaptation and transformation of the alliance in the past few years has been remarkable. I'm confident that we are ready to confront any challenge. Our nations remain committed, and they are united like never before. The world may be turning out to be a different place than we'd hoped, but NATO is turning out to be exactly what we need. Dr. Mick, I look forward to questions. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, General Cavoli, for these thoughtful remarks and just the scope of what you have covered. We'll have an opportunity.
Okay, we have been listening live to the 2024 Washington NATO Summit, which is underway in the nation's capital today. That was General Christopher Cavoli, the head of U.S. European Command and Supreme Allied Commander of Europe, speaking about the very many hot spots in the world that we live in right now and NATO's efforts to just keep the peace and push back against Russian aggression into eastern Ukraine. Going to take our second break of the hour right now, 10:22 on the East Coast, 7:22 out west. Live now from Fox, lots of headlines and breaking stories to tell you about this Friday morning on the other side of a quick break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry. 10:24 on your Friday morning. Hope you're off to a great start. We are zoning in now on the war with Israel and Hamas in the Gaza Strip in its 8th month now. And lots of developments today, and a U.S. military pier, which has been constructed over the last few months, is now operational and delivering aid today for the first time. Secondly, Hezbollah is stepping up their attacks on the northern border with Israel quite noticeably and with more sophistication. And the third thing on the ground in the Gaza Strip today is the Israeli military continuing to push into the eastern third of the city of Rafah. We have more now from our military expert. Ken Gray is joining us, and he has some great insights for us on the situation in the ground. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning, Keith. Glad to be with you.
Ken Gray is a national security expert at the University of New Haven and a frequent guest on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us.
Certainly.
So 3 striking things happening in Israel this morning in the beginning of the 8th month of this conflict. First of all, the U.S. military has successfully built that pier specifically designed to deliver aid to the Palestinian civilians in Gaza. And this morning, the first trucks rolled off that pier. What are you zoning in on that story?
So it took 2 months to get this floating dock into position, and now it's finally into operation. But surprisingly enough, it is operational now after 2 months of construction. The shipments start in Cyprus, where they are checked to make sure that there are not weapons being delivered. They're delivered to this floating platform, then transferred by ship to the pier, and then trucks pick it up and bring it to the land.
Ken, the U.S. military is hoping that it can eventually deliver up to 150 truckloads a day of aid. Let's talk about the challenges of keeping this thing operational. Is it not vulnerable to military attacks from Hamas or perhaps someone else who doesn't want it to go well?
Absolutely. So Hamas has already shelled this construction with mortars several weeks ago. And so that just shows how vulnerable it is to attack. And it's to Hamas's advantage to interrupt these shipments because starving Palestinians is a bigger ploy towards the world opinion than successful delivery of humanitarian aid. So Hamas will probably attack this. The UN has agreed to be the operational force that will pick up the aid and deliver it. Whether or not they are able to do that is a question that I still have in mind as to whether or not lacking a security force that they will be able to keep Hamas from taking the aid as it comes into Gaza through this pier.
Ken, is the construction and operation of this pier pretty impressive in terms of the fact that the idea was spawned 2 months ago and now it's working?
Well, it's very impressive that they were able to get this within 2 months to actually go from concept to operational. So it shows the innovation and the ability of the Army here. This was actually constructed by the U.S. Army, but to be able to get this constructed so quickly without having resources on the ground to help support this. No American boots ended up on the ground. This was all constructed while being constructed while it was afloat.
Ken, I want to change gears and go to northern Israel, where Hezbollah, they've been lobbying rockets and attacking the northern border of Israel since before the October 7th attack by Hamas. It's been ongoing forever, but it's picked up in the last couple of weeks and with a higher level of sophistication. I was reading this morning that yesterday Hezbollah used a drone to cross into Israeli territory and deliver missiles with some effectiveness. What are you making of that stepped up sophistication in their attacks?
So Hezbollah has been harassing Israel throughout the entire conflict here, and their attacks have both ebbed and flowed in their intensity. Right now, there's a lot of rockets being lobbed across the border. In many ways, the IDF is engaged in a two-front war, one against Hamas, the other one against Hezbollah. Hezbollah is able to do this because it's being supplied with weapons by Israel. Israel provides the drones that Hezbollah is using in this case, but the rockets are also provided by Iran. Iran is the force behind the supply of weapons to Hezbollah. So in many ways, the axis of resistance is in effect here, with Hezbollah being the boots on the ground that are doing the attack.
And if you're Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, you're trying to clean out Rafah the best you can to wipe out those 4 battalions of Hamas fighters, and you're trying to get the hostages back, however many possible. So what does he do with Hezbollah? Does he sort of just keep firing back tit for tat with them?
So there are members within his cabinet that would like to go ahead and turn towards the north and take on Hezbollah one-on-one, that they are ready to go to war with Hezbollah. The problem is that IDF is populated by people who normally work in the economy there in Israel, and whenever you have to task them with defending Israel, you are affecting the economy. And so having to reach out and get even more fighters to be able to engage Hezbollah on a continued operation, that would really impact on Israeli economy, and it's already been impacted for the last 7 months. And so opening up an entire new front would not be a good idea at this point. Perhaps at the beginning of the war, they could have undertaken a two-front war, but at this point, it would be a real mistake as far as their economy goes. And also, the factions within Israel that support the ongoing war effort may not be willing to stomach a second front, an active front.
Ken, that's a great point. And it's worth noting that Israeli soldiers are having to fight again in northern Israel, some parts of central Israel, in the Gaza Strip, I mean, where Hamas has regrouped. What are you following most closely about Hamas's ability to regroup and launch attacks or be a source of resistance in areas that Israel has already cleared months ago?
Here's the bottom line, is that as long as Hamas survives the encounter with Israel, Hamas move about throughout the Gaza Strip, throughout this war. The Israel Defense Force, the IDF, has not been clearing and holding territory. They don't have the manpower to do so. And so they are instead engaged in playing whack-a-mole. That is, the heads pop up from Hamas to fight in one area. They have to then put forces in there to clear that area again, and then it pops up elsewhere. And so by not holding the territory, they allow Hamas to regroup. I'm not even totally convinced that Hamas has 4 divisions down in Rafah. I think that many of them have already exfiltrated into the Gaza Strip elsewhere and are standing by ready to attack Israel when they go into Rafah.
For Hamas, is that a better strategy of survival in terms of trying to not make a last stand in Rafah, and instead spread out whatever weapons you have left throughout Israel? And would they even have the capacity to do that with most of the tunnels destroyed now?
Hamas has a strategy of trying to get the rest of the world to come to its defense. That is, they attacked Israel. Israel launched their counterattack, and Hamas is trying to survive long enough to get the rest of the world to come in and defend them or require Israel to step back from engaging them. Hamas wins by surviving this encounter. And so unless Israel totally wipes out Hamas, Hamas will win this war. They will have succeeded.
Okay, and Ken, as we take a live look on the screen there at the Israel-Gaza border there, we've been seeing regularly missile attacks, explosions, smoke on the screen over the last few days. What are you watching most closely as the Israeli army continues to push into the eastern third of the city of Rafah along the Egyptian border, that last so-called stronghold of Hamas fighters that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said he must go in and take them out at any cost? So what are you watching, and what do you think is going to happen in the next several days? How will Israel pursue that?
The IDF has sufficient forces around Rafah to go ahead and do their operation of taking Rafah. They have a lot of Palestinians, civilians, that have not yet evacuated. Something like 500,000 to 700,000 Palestinians have evacuated from Rafah, going out up to Al-Muwawi. But the rest are still there in Rafah, and the IDF has not gone in there because of the fear of a large number of civilian casualties. But my question is, when is the timeline going forward? They have sufficient troops there, and every day they delay, there's a possibility of outside forces stopping them from engaging Hamas. And so by delaying, they allow Hamas to win.
Okay, Ken Gray, national security expert with the University of New Haven. Always absolutely fascinating to hear your insights on all these different issues. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Keith.
And at 10:35, we are going to take a quick break. It's 10:35 on the East Coast, 7:35 out west. A lot more breaking news and headlines to tell you about this Friday morning here on Live Now from Fox. After a quick break, come on back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry, and it is 10:38 on the East Coast, 7:38 out west. One of the big storms we're following this Friday morning is the storms that pummeled parts of downtown Houston last night, dropping heavy rain on East Houston, areas that were already reeling from flooding earlier this month. At least 4 people killed overnight in these storms. Let's take a look at some of the video that's coming into us on Live Now from Fox. This is actually in downtown Houston. Buildings damaged, severe damage to buildings, trees down, rubble falling on cars, crushing them, creating traffic problems and so on. At least 4 people killed. 2 of them were killed by falling trees. Another one was killed by a crane that collapsed on the east side of Houston. The mayor of Houston, John Whitmire, has told folks, look, if you don't need to come to downtown Houston this Friday morning, please stay home so our cleanup crews can pick up those trees and get these streets opened back up and sort of get things going back on the right track. So these are heavy storms that plowed through last night. The Associated Press said some of the winds reported in Houston were almost 100 miles an hour. So really quite significant and just rough weather for them there in Houston. You can see the ambulances. We've had reports of people, again, struggling with heavy rains in areas that were already flooded. Right now, we're taking a quick look for you on XRAD. We're going to show XRAD real quick for you and pop that up. This is how things are looking right now from Fox's XRAD. You can see those storms that pounded Houston are now moving off across Mississippi and Alabama and Georgia. And as you know, wherever you live, if you see those reds and oranges, those are the heaviest concentrations, the most powerful areas of these storms, and they continue today to move off. So we'll continue to watch that for you this morning for you on Live Now from Fox. Also right now, we are waiting for an update from the Harris County judge. Houston's in Harris County. We're waiting for an update on the cleanup efforts and the efforts to get things back on track in downtown Houston. Perhaps some more information on the 4 confirmed deaths in this area. I know that at least 900,000 families were without electricity at the height of this. So a lot going on, waiting on that briefing out of Houston this morning. Again, we showed you those storms moving off across Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia as a severe weather Friday continues. And right now at 10:41, we'll take another quick break. And when we come back, we'll have more on the other side of the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry. 10:43 on the East Coast, 7:43 out west. In the nation's capital this morning, the 2024 NATO Washington Summit is underway. We've been following that for you and listening in a little bit. General Christopher Cavally, the head of the U.S. European Command and Supreme Allied Commander in Europe, has been talking about the problems that we're facing with Russia invading the Ukraine and NATO staying strong in a world with so many hotspots. So we're going to take you back out there now. Let's listen in and see what he is saying now.
To provide. Right now, I don't think it's really public information, but the United States has, under our force sourcing construct for the regional plans, the United States has pledged at various levels of attachment more force than it has in decades to the regional plans. So I'm very confident about the United States commitment to these plans, to their executability, not just their executability, but to their rapid success. I'm very confident in that. How the U.S. does it, whether it does it with rotational forces, permanent forces, that's a much more complex interplay of budget, availability of forces, readiness requirements, other global requirements, frankly, domestic political requirements. So all of that comes together, and a lot of that's outside of my sandbox.
We have time for one more question. Please, sir.
Thanks. I'm Matt McKeag with MITRE. Sir, you've spoken quite a bit about the need for U.S. and NATO to be able to counter Russian mass on the ground. Can you also talk about how you see, with the new members of NATO and possibly following on the previous question, the interplay between air forces and the ability of the air to counter ground mass and momentum through traditional roles like close air support and things like that across a full NATO force? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So NATO's air forces are a great and growing success story in my mind, right? They're well-trained, they're well-equipped, and where they're not well-equipped, they're planning on becoming well-equipped. So we are rapidly moving into 4th generation plus and 5th generation exclusively across the alliance. So the Saab Gripen, of course, very high-end aircraft, the French Rafale, very, very high-end aircraft, and the F-35, well-known, a multinational platform that's now proliferating. By 2030, there are going to be more than 600 F-35s in the alliance in Europe. As you know, every plane you add to a 5th generation network is worth more than just one airframe, right? Because you increase the size of the network of sensors and everything that's operating. And our ability to move beyond that platform specificity and to wrap the other high-end platforms together with Saab and with the French Rafale, our ability to do that is going to just increase even more greatly. So I'm very, very confident about our ability to wage high-end warfare. General Scorch Hecker, who commands NATO Air Command, and his deputy, Johnny Stringer, Air Marshal Johnny Stringer, are extremely active. They have a very strong, very realistic training program that focuses on all the high-end threats that we have today. Of course, focusing on the exquisite end of aerial combat means you're probably not able to focus as much on close air support and things like that. And that's something we're wrestling with inside the alliance. The good news is that the alliance does retain a huge number of 4th generation aircraft, so we still have the capabilities to do it. And we're looking through the ways that you maintain both capabilities going far into the future. I hope that answered your question, sir.
Well, thank you very much. We're about out of time. So first of all, I'd like to thank General Cavally. Chris, thank you for being here with us and for this really insightful discussion of how dramatically the alliance has evolved in a positive direction. Let's emphasize that. Even though there is a lot of work to be done. We very much look forward to welcoming you again to the Atlantic Council. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us in person. Greatly appreciate your attention. I hope this was a useful discussion for all of you. Thank you on behalf of the Atlantic Council.
Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, so we have been listening live there to the 2024 NATO Washington Summit. World leaders talking about keeping NATO strong and defending our interests in a world where there's lots of hot spots. It is 10:48 right now, taking our third break of the hour on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I just
Did the break not fire? Did the break not fire? Oh. And we'll be going to commercial break, and we'll be right back. Okay, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry, and we are taking you live now to the funeral, which is about to get underway, for slain airman Roger Fortson. His funeral is about to get underway at the New Birth Missionary Baptist Church in Stonecrest, just outside Atlanta. Pastor Jamal Bryant will be delivering the eulogy at the funeral. Really tragic. Everybody who knew Airman Fortson said he was just really family devoted. He had a wonderful career as an airman with the Air Force, doing a lot of special operations in combat. Wonderful military person. And you can see the casket there with some wreaths and the American flag draped over his casket there. Folks are making their way into the church, New Birth Missionary Baptist Church, and we are outside of Atlanta. And Benjamin Crump, an attorney for the family, says there's evidence that a sheriff's deputy up in the Florida Panhandle was responding to a domestic disturbance call earlier this month and went into the wrong apartment and fatally shot Airman Fortson. So Benjamin Crump is working with the family to try to get justice for the family in the death of Airman Roger Fortson. And we'll see many community leaders speaking here. Military leaders will speak at the funeral as well. And we will hear from his family. And so let's listen in real quick and just set the mood for you here inside the church. No one's speaking right now, but I just want to take you in there to set the mood for just a second here for you. So let's listen and see what we hear. Okay, this is a live look in Stonecrest, Georgia, outside of Atlanta at the New Birth Missionary Baptist Church, where the funeral for Airman Roger Fortson is about to get underway. Our colleague at Fox 5 Atlanta, Brooke Zauner, has been following this story for us, and she's getting us up to speed now ahead of the funeral service.
Took my uncle from me, and I just want justice for him.
Through tears, the family of Senior Airman Roger Fortson spoke about his death Thursday, a day before the 23-year-old will be laid to rest.
His family, that was the most important thing to him. So he took care of us. He was maybe my mother, but he was also the best mother I could ever ask for.
Fortson's family is calling for justice after he was shot and killed by a Florida sheriff's deputy earlier this month. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump represents the family. He obtained police audio from the day Fortson died between the dispatcher and the deputy. Crump says it shows the deputy was directed to the wrong apartment because Fortson was alone with his dog.
Don't have any further other than a male and female. It's all fourth party information through the front desk.
Sheriff's office, open the door!
Body camera video released last week shows the deputy knocking on the door 3 times and identifying himself. Crump says Fortson didn't hear it, and eventually he came to the door holding his legally owned gun pointing down. Almost instantly, the deputy opened fire and killed him.
We're not going to let them sweep Roger Fortson under the rug.
The Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office says it is investigating the incident. They say the deputy who shot Fortson was at the right place that day.
You're going to give me justice whether you want to, Chef Eden, or not. They took my uncle from me, and I just want justice for him.
Through tears, the family.
Okay. Thank you to Brooke Fausner for the latest on that, setting the stage for the funeral. We're taking you back inside now. This is a live look inside the New Birth Missionary Baptist Church in Stonecrest, which is just outside of Atlanta. Airman Roger Fortson was from the Atlanta area. He was stationed in the Florida Panhandle and was in his apartment earlier this month when a sheriff's deputy from northern Florida up in the Panhandle was responding to a call of a domestic disturbance. Benjamin Crump is the attorney for the Fortson family. He is arguing that there is evidence that the deputy responded to the wrong apartment, and when he got there, Airman Fortson was holding a gun, but it was down. It was not pointed at anyone. There's video that confirms that, and the deputy shot him, and he later died. So we have a family in Georgia seeking justice for the death of their son. The mom is seeking justice for the death of her son. Attorney Benjamin Crump arguing this was a wrongful shooting and not justified in any way. So back inside the church right now, Airman Roger Fortson, you can see the casket. There are wreaths. His Air Force flag is draped over the casket. He had quite a nice, impressive record of his service in the United States.